Paul, you shaved.
Yeah,
You look so different. You look very nice. Thanks.
I didn't recognize you for a second there, Paul. You look great.
I know.
thank you. Thank you for the compliments. I think we have Dale on his iPad. Dale may not be able to talk on his iPad, so I might have to talk for him. We have Brandon and Chris. Hi, Bill. And Mike was going to join us. Don't see Mike.
Mike's here.
I'm here.
Oh, you are here. Are you the number? Oh, there you are, Mike. Okay, great. So
one more trustee. One more trustee.
Okay.
There we go.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
Okay. I think I'll share my screen. We'll start there. How does this work? My first time trying to do the presentation. Okay, so thank you for having us, trustees and Mayor Angelo. We were asked to give you an update on our code compliance and code enforcement, and just wanted to give you an overview of the team that we have. We have a number of people that do code compliance in the town and outside of the town. Internally, we have Dale von Wagner. He is with Charles Abbott and Associates. He is our main code compliance officer, and he does primarily all of the code compliance for the town. We also have Mike Tyson. He's with CAA, and he does building permitting and kind of building code compliance. Anything that has to do with construction primarily falls under him. We also have floodplain permitting and in compliance. Chris Jane is on the phone from Murray Smith. And then we also have our legal counsel who does litigation, judicial process, and helps out with the board's intended code modifications. Anytime we do a code modification, he's integral to the process. We also have partners outside of the town. We work with Boulder County Health. The Boulder County Sheriff, Bill, is here joining us. We work with the Lions Fire Protection District and Boulder County Animal Control. So our team is diverse and made up with a lot of partners. I help out with all of it as much as I can. We also, from an administrative standpoint, Victoria is involved heavily in this as well. I didn't put her down here, so I apologize for that, Victoria. So that's our overall team. In general, our enforcement philosophy is our policy is to enforce the code. Our goal is to maintain a safe and orderly built environment, to engage in community education about the code, what code compliance means, and kind of steer them towards code compliance. We are also dedicated to maintaining property values throughout town, which is generally the nature of the code with regard to zoning and subdivisions, etc. And building community partnerships. So we want to work with our contractors and our business community and our residents to become partners in this process, rather than we think that's really important part of the program. And we really are, one of our biggest goals is clear and concise communication. With that, I'll go through the general enforcement process. There are codes that are, we can't see everything all the time. So we engage in windshield surveys. Dale drives around town and looks at, okay, is there a dumpster here? What does that mean? Does that mean somebody's building without a permit? And we look at things on properties. If things are built on the setback that we didn't notice before. So we kind of have eyes on the street with that. We also have complaints coming in on our website. We have a tool where you can report a concern on the bottom of our website. And we receive calls and emails. So while we do see some things ourselves, just in the general nature of what we do, we identify them potentially in the business applications, for instance, business license applications, or the short-term rental application. If that application doesn't fit in the zoning, we can get out ahead of them. But oftentimes the enforcement comes after something has been violated. So we rely on people telling us about it, as well as our view of what's happening in the environment. Again, we strive for, once we identify a problem, to educate people on regulations. And in some cases, that might be individuals. If there's only a few of these throughout the community, or one or two. But in general, if we see a problem that is persistent throughout the community, and it is violating a code, we try to educate. We work with the communications department to get out an e-blast. We do door hangers to get people to know what the regulations are that they're violating, and get voluntary compliance first. And by doing so, we do develop those community partnerships. If we can't do it voluntarily, then we go through a series of violations where we notice somebody of that violation, typically, and then we work on a second or third opportunity to do some revisits and see if they can themselves, through our working with them and inspecting over time, resolve that issue before we have to go to, one, either abatement, or two, a judicial summons, which can be the result of when we can't work with somebody, or there's a nuisance that we can't address through code compliance. We try to document while we enforce. So if we have to send out a certified mail for documentation, we take that very seriously. Write down our our phone calls and what goes on, and then we do some reporting to administration and the board. We have compliance software. We have that CAA has that reviews or that tracks each one of these violations. Prior to CAA, we developed a mapping system where we internally had open and closed cases all over town, and we shared that occasionally with the last board. Right now, we're doing it through our monthly reporting and showing the open compliance cases. If anybody has any questions as we move forward, please let me know. So our main, like I said, our main code enforcement officer is Dale von Wagner. He's from CAA, and he works on a number of common issues. One of those is abandoned vehicles, property maintenance. So we've been noticing myrtle spurge around town in several properties, and that is a invasive weed that it's not just us, but the county asks us to remove. So we've been notifying people on that. We receive noise complaints often, SDR complaints. Does this SDR have a license? So he'll go out and investigate these. and let people know they need to take care of some of these issues if they're reoccurring. Snow removal, when we have large snows, each property owner is supposed to remove snow. We look at these as well. The town does a number of routes throughout town, but in the downtown, oftentimes the buildings on the south side of Main Street, if snow isn't removed, it becomes icy and dangerous for our residents and business patrons. And so we may reach out about that as well at various times of year. Zoning violations, we're working on the review of outstanding illegal ADUs and addressing those. We've been notifying people on that. We did go through one registration period before I was in town. We're working on another one to bring those ADUs in the best that we can. We don't have a secure process on that, but we'll be bringing that to you. And then there are oftentimes occupancy violations. When a business opens in town and it believes that, even though it may be proper in the zoning, there may be some issue with the occupancy of that building, where at one time it may have been a long-term residential use. They may want to turn it into a short-term residential use. And that triggers some improvements oftentimes to the building for commercial uses. And in some cases that could be commercial grade sprinklers that are required by the fire code. So we look at those as well. Dale, are you able to talk at this point? I believe you're.
Yeah,
You are.
I believe I can now.
Oh, yay. So I didn't want to talk over you, but this is Dale. He is our code enforcement officer. And
Hi,
Dale,
everyone.
I failed to get some of the changes you wanted into this. So I wanted to give you a chance to address some of your items that you wanted to get into the PowerPoint.
Okay, yeah, I think you already kind of touched on some of those, and it's definitely the steps that we take to help people correct violations. Typically the first notice that goes out is, we just call it a courtesy notice, just asking for people's help on, resolving whatever issue, the violation is. Most people tend to maybe not know, that maybe they're supposed to mow certain areas, or there's requirements on vehicle licensing or anything like that. So, generally, probably between the first and then the second notice that goes out, most violations are corrected at that time. But we try to give everybody the opportunity. I mean, I'm not the kind of person that goes out to try to, have a bust you moment. We want to be able to resolve these violations without them going to court and, costing the city more money or the town more money. But if it does go as far as even a third notice, we do put in the letter that it could lead to, the town taking further legal action. And so then, yeah, we make sure that, we send out a certified, letter, a note, or if I could give it to them in person. Of course, this COVID deal has really changed the way we do a lot of things. Typically, I'd rather talk to the person in person other than a letter, but yeah, more times than not, things are corrected. And then obviously, if abatement is needed where the town actually has to do the work and then charge the resident the fees, and that's something that goes in quite a bit of depth, and we're working on some things like that. Also, the sergeant, the deputy in town, also worked on some revisions to the auto and parking of RV and trailers and autos in town. So quite a bit of changes in there. The wording is much better. So yeah, we're definitely heading in the right direction.
Bill, are you online? Sergeant Christ,
Yeah, I'm here.
did you want
I'm here.
to, I suppose we could discuss that's a good lead into your abandoned vehicle overview. Um, in your packet, we do have a recommended change to parking in abandoned vehicles. It is not something that we have drafted legally or gone through that revision, kind of bringing it to Brandon for review, but we did want to get some of your feedback on it. Sergeant Chris, do you want to give us a 2-minute overview of what's in that?
Yeah, I hope that I'm coming through clear. My internet connection is really acting up. Okay. So the the abandoned vehicle policy and code in its infancy was written very poorly, and we basically had to define some different criteria. The word abandonment, the criteria for what that entails, on and so forth. So we did sit down and draft a document, a 2-page document, I think it was. I provided that to Dale and Paul for review, again, to make it much more enforceable when it needs to be. I see Paul here has used a picture of my favorite Oldsmobile in town that has plagued us for a long time. Kind of going off of what Dale said as well, our main goal here is to just gain compliance. And I think over the years that I've been up here, we'll get probably about a half a dozen to a dozen calls about abandoned vehicles that are really chronic, that have sat in there for years. And it was very difficult for us to enforce those under the old code. So I think now with the new code, we'll be able to enforce it better. But again, going off of what Dale was talking about, our initial goal is to just bring everybody into compliance. And we're working with Dale to provide owner information. We'll make contact with folks that own these vehicles as well. We'll listen to their stories, figure out what's going on, offer solutions, offer suggestions, and generally that does bring in 98% compliance. And you'll have a couple folks that just become pretty defiant or really drag out the system, and that's where we'll be able to come in and press the issues and allow for vehicles to be impounded easily, underneath our new code statute. So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
So thank you, Sergeant Chris. So we have shared this with you before we get too far down the road, and that this is the direction we're going. And if you have feedback, great. We think this would be an opportunity to, before we get too far down the road, see if there's any, red flags in this. I didn't prepare to go through it in detail because we only had 45 minutes. But so if we need to come back to review it in greater detail at another workshop, we're happy to do that. So moving forward here, thank you. Dale really deals with most chapters of the Lyons Municipal Code. In Chapter 1, it outlines some of the general penalties that are generally used throughout the code enforcement procedures in other chapters, unless they're specifically identified in those chapters. So the general penalty refers to, I think you can charge between $0 and $1,000 for every code violation each day. And it can result in up to six months in jail. It also lays out the designated penalties. So when you're violating a specific section of the code, for instance, you're not allowed to throw missiles in town. That's one of the ones that I found to be still in the code. I don't know who is throwing missiles, but it's an interesting section of the code. Chapter 6 are the licenses. So business, liquor, marijuana, trash, and short-term rentals. Again, it outlines kind of our policies and how we can revoke business licenses, for instance. And in our case, if somebody's violating the business license, we have to go and bring it to the Board of Trustees for a business for license revocation. So the Board of Trustees would be involved with that process, but we would try to get voluntary compliance or, essentially, compliance in any way before we bring it to the board. So right now, we haven't brought a single license to the board for revocation, but there are some, there may be some businesses that would end up in front of you for revocation in the future. Chapter 7 is our nuisance chapter, and this is this has general rules, how we go through and abate nuisances, what judicial enforcement means with regard to those nuisances. It allows us to promulgate administrative regulations for those nuisances, and it outlines a process for collection if and when we go down the enforcement. And this could be something like noise. Noise is a nuisance. So if somebody continues to violate our noise ordinance, we would need to document that. Right now, we don't really have a noise meter, but we could get there by borrowing one from Boulder County or something. So we tend to want to avoid these and bring people in and work with them, but occasionally that may not be the case. Chapter 8, we just discussed that with abandoned vehicles and traffic. Primarily, this is within Bill Christ's field with regard to traffic, but we'll get involved with abandoned vehicles and potentially parking in the future. Chapter 10 is also general offenses. So there are, abandoned appliances, glass containers. Oh, and here is where the noise is, excuse me. That wasn't in nuisances, but we can go back and look at nuisances if you wish. Chapter 11 are streets, sidewalks, and public property. So this includes everyone in town that has a property, owns a property, is required, or it may be required to maintain that sidewalk out front. They may be required to maintain the vegetation on the right-of-way as well. So working with people in that regard is something that that code compliance does, and Dale does. Chapter 16 is zoning. So this has to do if there are violations to use, setbacks, conditional uses, or in general, the development standards that we have. So if somebody is putting fill on a site, we can enforce through Chapter 16 because any kind of movement of earth is considered development. So if we notice that, we can use Chapter 16 to go out and say, well, if you're putting it, if you're really grading a site significantly and you're putting, what is it, like an outbuilding and a setback, we can go through and ask you to remove that. We have noticed, additions to buildings in the setback, and we have used that in the past to have those removed. Chapter 17 includes subdivision, and if there's a sale of land through a deed that didn't go through our subdivision process, we can go through and enforce there. In general, that's what Dale does. He has most of our code to enforce. And then I thought I'd stop and see if there are any questions on that before we go to floodplain. All right. We also have Chris Jane on the phone. He is our floodplain permit tech slash engineer. He helps us review floodplain permits, and he deals with stuff that like elevation certificates, etc. I think I'll turn it over to Chris, and he can kind of go through this slide for you. Chris, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Paul. Good evening, everybody. So, yeah, I work for Murray Smith, who serves as the town engineer in engineering related things. And since we've come on in that capacity about a year ago, I've also been assisting Victoria in the review of floodplain development permit applications. She is the floodplain administrator as appointed by the town, so everything goes through her, and I generally just try to assist her with the review of these applications in terms of meeting the code, meeting some of the engineering standards placed or set in place by FEMA for remodels or new construction, etc. Obviously, the key thing with floodplain permitting is trying to get compliance, trying to get things built correctly or to code when they fall within that special hazard area. All development within the special hazard area, which makes up a good portion of the town, requires a floodplain development permit. Development can be defined as grading, building, paving, digging, basically any kind of, it's not just related to the structure, it's related to the earth and moving earth, bringing in fill, taking out fill. And doesn't mean that none of that is permitted, it just means that it needs to be tracked and documented as part of the town's involvement in the National Flood Insurance Program. And to comply with that and to stay eligible, that's one of the requirements that the town is required to document that. And the way the town documents it and everybody documents it is through permitting. And so we try to deal with all of that up front prior to it going over to the building department for their review if it's a structure or whatever. But yeah, trying to comply and educate people. As the slide indicates there, the FEMA insurance and regulations, like I said, that's the main reason for one of the main reasons for doing the permitting. The whole reason the flood protection ordinance is in place is exactly that, protection of life and property. And in order to do that, we need compliance by the residents, and we ensure that compliance through the permitting process. Some of the common things that I do is supporting Victoria in the review of those applications, meeting with Paul, Victoria, and residents that may want to get a building permit, and therefore if they're in the special flood hazard area, they are required to get a floodplain development permit, answering questions about that, what's required, interpreting the code in some instances, and overall just trying to support that development in a safe manner. A couple of the other items Paul has listed here on the slide. The 2 feet above BFE versus IRC at 1 foot above BFE. It's mainly in reference to some of the utilities, HVAC systems, air conditioners, water heaters, etc. There's a little bit of discrepancy between the two codes. There are a few other things that we've discussed, we being Paul and Victoria and myself, kind of in general, about ways to improve the floodplain ordinance, mostly from a clarity perspective. Some of the common things people don't realize, some of the common non-compliance issues are grading without a permit, storing materials, piles of dirt, piles of gravel on site, even if it's temporary, if it's in the special flood hazard area. It's going to be there for any length of time. It really needs to have a permit. Improvements that are valued over 50% of the structure. Sometimes people don't realize that there's a threshold that requires everything being brought up to current code in terms of complying with the floodplain ordinance. And then updating some of the floodplain development regulations. That goes back to what I mentioned earlier about clarity and a few areas that could be more explicit in what's required, like I mentioned, specifically utilities. And the other thing that we've been dealing with a little bit over the last 3 to 4 months, or 4 to 6 months, I guess, are the new FEMA maps. They're still preliminary flood insurance rate maps, but the town adopted the best available data back in January, and in such, the current accepted FEMA maps from 2012, along with this current new data from the CHAMP modeling, are basically in effect and what drive the decision in the permitting process in terms of what base flood elevation might be and what requirements the development would be held to.
Thank you.
Yep.
One of the things Chris mentioned is, we're at 2 feet above BFE now, and we did that because we didn't have great data. Now that we're getting a lot better data, one of the development floodplain regulations we may suggest updating is bringing it back to 1 foot above BFE for our flood proofing. So we'll start looking for some direction from the board as to where we'll go with that update to the floodplain development regulations, hopefully fairly soon. Thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris? All right. I think we also have our building inspector on the phone. Mike, are you there?
Hello, I'm here. Like Paul said, my name is Mike Dyson. I work for Charles Abbott Associates. We handle the building portion of the code. May I just go through Paul's slides for right now. Chapter 18 of the Lyons Municipal Code is where we deal with, and that outlines several different changes to building codes, which we follow the 2015 international building codes, which includes the residential code. It includes the building codes. It also has the existing building codes. We have a lot of existing buildings downtown that any kind of changes, we would consult that for the most part. Let's see, a couple of issues that we can find in town. Building without a permit, work beyond, you can read these. Occupancy changes, so those are some big things. Building without a permit, I'll just touch on that a little bit. If we find someone building without a permit, again, we try to educate, but almost immediately, we post a stop work order. That lets them know not to continue. If we don't give them that step, then they continue doing, and maybe, then we have to go to that. So that educates them to get in, get the proper permits to do the building. Pretty much any type of building, especially on commercial, requires a permit. So there's not a whole lot of gray area there. Let's see. Construction without an inspection. I'm not sure where we're going there. I think that's similar to that's maybe something that was not caught. They could have been doing work and nobody ever noticed. And then it comes to a point where they finally notice and all the work's done to completion and there was no inspections done. How do we address that? And that's tricky a lot of times. So I can touch more on that if anybody has any questions on that. Damage to public infrastructure. If while someone's working on a building, they damage something that's owned by the town, say a sidewalk, a light pole, and I think that's what we're touching on there. And they must build that back in the construction if they did the damage, and be responsible for whatever cost it is, and also doing it to the town's codes of how it should be fixed. So I think I touched on everything on that slide. Let me look at my notes
Yeah.
here.
I also, I included the sections of the code that you sent to me for inclusion in the
Okay.
packet. I don't know if you wanted to speak to
Okay.
those.
Yeah, I can go to those. So what Paul included in there, which should have been in your packet, it's just the compliance section. Chapter 1 has a lot of compliance in each one of the building codes, whether it's the residential code or the building code, and it kind of lays out what we have. It just kind of tells you what we're allowed to do per the code. So like section 115 in the IBC, which is the building code, which would be commercial, it's stock work ordered. Gives you an idea of what you can do there, you know, what the building official is allowed to do and where we can go. Where we run into some things that might be interesting now and in the future is unsafe structures. If a structure is deemed unsafe, there's a little more, I don't want to say leniency, but a little more enforcement that you need to, because we want to make sure, like say it's a structure that's not boarded up and kids can go in and out of there, and we feel it's an unsafe structure, we can move a little swifter, I believe. I think we need a little backup from the municipal code and take it, but it can get it much more past a building without a permit, because it's actually unsafe to, you know, people in town, the citizens. It's a very similar section that I had to make a photocopy of this one, so it's not as great. It was the residential code. Very similar sections, very similar wording. Most of the codes, chapter 1 is almost the same. Very, you know, it kind of tells you what things need a permit and what don't, and how to enforce things. So chapter 1 is very general. What else did I do here? I think I had the the residential code that's not the one. So the property maintenance code is the one, and that's Dale deals with that one probably the most as far as violations, but it's very similar type of language, like I said before, and what type of notices we can do out and what things he can do. Again, unsafe structures are in both codes, and usually it's a hand in hand. We work with code enforcement to decide, because there can be unsafe where it's unhumane, which may not necessarily be a building violation, but definitely a violation of the property maintenance code, you know, because it can hurt, you know, people in the town for that. So let's see what else we have. In the demolition of buildings, we can order a building demolished. I would say that that's not usually the case that happens. Something like that would happen most likely after you can't get a hold of anybody, and it is definitely unsafe, and then the town has to take on the responsibility to take the building down at that point. So I think I talked pretty fast and I got through most things. I think we don't have much time, so I'll let it continue unless anybody has any questions.
I have a question. Let me start my video. Yep. I've been on the board a couple of years, and during that time, several times I've gotten calls from citizens that somebody's building an unauthorized structure in the backyard, or my neighbor's taking down their front porch so they have a permit. What's the appropriate procedure for a trustee when they're contacted by a citizen or they observe something themselves? Who do we contact? Does it depend on what kind of a violation it is, or do we contact a particular person on the staff? What's the procedure?
We do have the reporting on the website. You can send us an email, and we will, for something like that, we would consider, you know, a call-in or an email complaint, and we would process it that way.
So who's we? Does it go to you, Paul, or Victoria, or the officers, or who?
I would, so I would think it would go to Victoria and myself, and then we would see where it needs to go from there.
Okay, so basically the procedure would be to email you or you and Victoria and just tell you what.
Actually, the best thing you could do is on our front of our website homepage, is at the very bottom. It says report a concern or report an issue, something like that. If someone goes down there and writes it in, then it doesn't become a neighbor, tattletaling on someone. You can just report it, and that is directed to myself, but it's not to my name. It says code compliance something, and then I determine if it's a Paul or Mike or Dale issue and forward it to them.
Okay.
Submit a request, I think is what it's called at the bottom.
Submit a request.
Use the form use the link off the website. It's the best way to do it.
That's really the best way. Sometimes if people send an email and they don't know that Paul's on a 2-week vacation, they're going to be really frustrated if it waits that long. Or you can call the front desk too. A lot of people call the front desk and they want to be anonymous. And that, depending on the type of issue it is, if it's a dog or a barking dog, people don't like to call in their neighbors for that for some reason. But the front desk would be your next best, situation, and Linda would find one of us, either, Paul or I, whoever's in the area. Since Dale's there a couple days a week and Mike is only there a couple days a week, it just depends on the situation and how quick it needs to be dealt with. If it's an animal cruelty issue, that's going to go to the top of the list there, and we're going to just take care of it. So, yeah, but if you do it through that request or submit a request, we need to change that actually.
Yeah, we do. We'll work on that.
Yeah, we need to change that to just say report an issue or something.
Yeah.
So it's a little better defined. But I know we only have a couple minutes, and Paul, you have Brandon's section, but then you also had 3 or 4 issues you'd really like the board to be aware of. And I think some of the board members are interested in knowing about. So I don't know, Mayor, if we want to follow up on this
Go ahead, Paul. Let's hear them real quick.
Okay, well, Brandon has this slide first.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, we
Brandon,
may,
can you go through these quickly?
Address those examples, that's fine. It'll maybe help illuminate kind of some of the changes I'm trying to make to the code. So if you want to go ahead, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay. We've run into a number of scenarios where we are working on code enforcement, but one of the biggest issues are how we balance the desire for a business-friendly approach versus some of our code would require us to close a business. In one case, there's a long-standing business, for instance, in town that does not match with surrounding land uses. This is an example. Does not match future land uses. So we can't, we wouldn't support a rezoning because it is a use that is not what we have approved in town. It is an attractive nuisance in the area it is, so it is bringing potential, kind of asking people in the area to come to it, or kids to go to a site that might be dangerous. Thereby it creates safety concerns in our right-of-way. But in this case, this is a long-standing business in town. Issuing a violation would most likely result in the cessation of that business. The owner could ask for the Board of Trustees interpretation, but because in this case, this use is not related to others that are similar in nature around it, and is not represented in that code, staff recommendation would say we should not support this use. And as I mentioned earlier, this would not be encouraged to rezone by the staff because it doesn't meet with our future uses or any of our other plans. And in this case, if we move forward with enforcement, it would reflect poorly on the business community. So, you know, we've had initial discussions with the owner, and you know, it may even result in legal litigation. So, you know, we're stuck between what we have in the code and where we're in our requirement to enforce, and potentially closing down a long-standing business. And so, you know, our purview is to enforce, and the direction we've heard is to enforce the code. But I think this will be a sensitive issue moving forward. Scenario 2 is a new business without a building permit or a business license. And when businesses come into town, not all of them know that they need a business license. And some of them have looked at the previous business that was there and indicated, oh, we're just doing what the previous business had at that site. Well, that doesn't necessarily always turn out to be true with what's in our building code, what's in the fire code. It requires an upgrade because of some of the manufacturing that might be happening at the site. And so we have to work with that business and get them to come in. In this case, we think it would be, you know, fairly easy to do, but theoretically, if we followed our code, we should be shutting down that business until they submit.
We got a couple of minutes, Paul.
Yep. Disclosed uses. Oftentimes businesses move or they submit a business license and they're not disclosing all of the uses that are going on that could require building or fire improvements. So that's a third scenario. And a fourth scenario, knowingly violating the code. We have worked with various people in what happens when somebody comes in, they file for a building permit, but do all the work at night and are not being truthful with us with what they're doing, and they go through and put in building improvements that are not up to the building code that could result in safety violations. They violate our floodplain development permit, put the town in danger of not being compliant with the floodplain permit or with a FEMA, and also violate the zoning code. In this case, I think, you know, we've had some issues moving forward with judicial or litigation. But I think Brandon's going to has some proposed changes that were in your packet that could help us in addressing or litigating or prosecuting somebody that has violated the code.
Thank you.
I had one more slide that was kind of your role. And one of the things we want to know is, should we go forward with full compliance? Should we take some discretion in our approach and tend towards business friendly? If we can't get towards something that is in full compliance, should we go to full enforcement? You guys are our eyes on the street. I know a lot of people talk to you about violations, so if you guys can relate those to us through the webpage or calling in to the front desk, that'd be great. And you're going to provide input on appeals. For instance, appeals of the building code come to you. Appeals of the, and you are involved throughout the code in many sections on abatement costs or the way judicial enforcement occurs. And like I mentioned earlier, license revocation. And in general, you guys are going to look through the code and see how we need to design tweaks to the code.
Okay. We'll move on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we're gonna go to my portion of it, and I realize we don't really have the time to fully devote that we need to this issue. But generally, my experience has been is that, you know, the administrative pieces of code enforcement are working, that most people are complying after being educated as to how they're violating the code currently. But really where the process is breaking down in the town of Lyons that I see personally is for the willful violators of the code that know they're violating the code and simply either don't care or believe that makes business sense to violate the code because the town's enforcement mechanisms are not effective in ensuring long-term compliance. And so this relates back to the judicial enforcement of the code. So right now, the code's pretty clear when it comes to criminal violations of the code, what happens. It goes to municipal court, the peace officer, in this case the Boulder Sheriff's Office, writes a ticket. It goes to municipal court. They go before the judge. The judge can put it down an order, which runs along with the person, and we see compliance on those issues. What we really don't have clearly in the code is enforcement mechanisms for code violations that are not nuisance related. The nuisance section of the code is pretty clear that the town can write something into municipal court for abatement or for an injunction. Also under Colorado state law, there are clear procedures for nuisance abatement for municipalities to seek. Unfortunately, what the town's been pushed to in the past is to seek district court basically approval of a nuisance abatement, which is expensive and time consuming. And while the town can seek fees, those are not always awarded. And so what we get right now, we're getting this point where these willful violators of the code the town's not willing to go to district court to enforce these. And so it kind of dies on the vine. And so what I've done in the red line code I've sent to you, and I can pull it up on the screen share. Paul, can you stop your screen share so I can pull the code up? Thank you. And I apologize, we have this continued issue where red lines don't show up in the agenda, but I've shared with all of you via email the red line version of this code. Where what I did was research other municipal codes and look to see how they address this problem. And the solution is actually quite simple, which is anything can be cited into municipal court, whether that be specifically delineated in the code or whether it is not. And so if we have continued violation of municipal code, that issue can be cited into municipal court if compliance is not secured through education, through administrative means. And so it would work much like a criminal prosecution. And so we really don't have time to go through all of this, but that's really the intent of this code. And also various cleanup of definitions that are kind of all over the place in the code. But really the big piece of this is the civil enforcement section, which is putting down a procedure for the town to write violations into municipal court, and that once the judge determines whether the violation has occurred, it can order injunctive relief, it can order abatement, and if someone doesn't comply with that order, then that's additional violation, which is charged with $1,000 a day. And all that's recorded is a lien against the person's property. So I believe that this will, in those rare cases where someone willfully violates the code, this will ensure compliance because there actually is real penalties attached to this, and they follow someone their property forever. And so, this is kind of the extreme, kind of remedy, but I think it's one's necessary in the town, given some of the enforcement issues the town has been experiencing. Another issue closely related is the ability to get a warrant. And in multiple instances in town, there has been violators of the code that refuse to allow the town to investigate as to whether a code violation is occurring. There's existing authority in the code to get a warrant, but it's not very clear as to the process, the standards, how that works. And so this change would make it very clear the town, if someone refuses entry for inspection due to a code violation, that whatever person that believes there's a code violation, and probably myself, can go before the municipal court and ask for a warrant where we can have forcible entry, reasonably forcible entry, to investigate that presumed code violation. And so this is another, once again, drastic but necessary tool in the toolbox where we can investigate a potential code violation, charge it according to the general penalty, and then if compliance is not being achieved, we can cite a municipal court and have that person go before the judge and explain why they're not complying with the code. So that's kind of my general philosophy around this. I said it was a lot of research based on other codes and what other municipalities are doing. And I think this is going to help in those rare cases get greater code compliance. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I realize you didn't have the time to walk through this like I wanted due to the late start of this workshop, but that's kind of a general overview of my philosophy on this code update and what I think it can do for the town of Lyons.
I think it's excellent work, Counselor.
Thank you.
So I guess our question would be, would we potentially want to bring this up at a future workshop if we had an extra 15 or 20 minutes to talk about kind of how staff should proceed with some of those examples we gave you, just to make sure that we are balancing educating and working with businesses with our responsibility to ensure safety to the public?
I say yes.
I agree.
Nobody really got any time to ask questions today.
Yeah,
Or make
no, I
comments.
agree at a future workshop that we should go through this in more depth.
Sometimes we can do that where we have an extra half hour or something. Maybe we can follow up on this.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I have several questions too. So yeah, I'd like to do that.
And I guess I have a question if we're gonna in the workshop, is that where you want this to be on first reading, this ordinance on the June meeting, the first June meeting, or whether you think it needs additional workshop? You know, one thing that is, you know, in my mind, an issue is one, that the existing code is insufficient. There are compliance issues in town, and there is, under state law, 1-year statute of limitations on municipal offenses. And so some of these violations, you know, we're not quite at that clock yet, but we're going to be pretty soon. And so with the publication time for ordinances, I would ask that this be moved through quickly, but of course I'm willing to wait if additional workshop is needed.
Well, we can, why can't we have a workshop on the 1st to finish the discussion and then pass legislation, Counselor? That's admissible?
Pardon, legislation?
We could have further discussions on this, say, June 1st, and then pass an ordinance afterwards.
My only thing is that whatever feedback was given in the workshop would obviously not be in the first reading draft of the ordinance. But so long as that's okay with the board, I'm happy to do that.
Well, what's the board's pleasure?
I'd like to do that. I think I'd like some time to review this before we have a workshop, and so I think that's a great solution.
Agree.
Agree. Concur.
Okay.
If you're running into limitations issues, I mean, let's move forward. If you need this to enforce some things that were about to expire, there's no reason we couldn't discuss it at a workshop and then at first reading, as we've already discussed recently. If there are things from the workshop that need to be added at first reading, we can discuss those at first reading. And then that gives us until second reading to clarify the language and make sure that the things that came up were properly reflected in the draft. So I'd say do a workshop and first reading on the same day.
And hopefully we'll pass our agenda item tonight to allow us to do that. But that's what I'd prefer.
Great.
Yep.
Any other discussion?
I think that sounds like a great plan.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
you like to take a quick break for the board or go into the meeting?
How does everybody feel about that?
Break, please.
Yeah,
Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Thanks.
Lowell, you been fishing lately?
Yes, I have. I actually went today, but it wasn't so great.
Well, the stream's flowing pretty hard.
Yeah, and yeah, although it's not at peak, I think it's running at about 175 CFS. It's got a long way to go before it gets up to normal runoff.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But that's okay. It was warm. I was up to my knees in the water. It was a great time.
Yeah, no, it was a beautiful day today.
It was.
And how was your walk to the dog park, Trustee Rogan?
Oh, we just, we walked around Bone Park and played in the river, and my Chihuahua went for a swim. It was great.
That Chihuahua's brave.
Yeah, she's a tough kid.
Yeah, my dog just tiptoes around puddles. He won't go anywhere near the river.
So Mayor Angelo Dolores made me the host of this Zoom, so I've got host privileges now. So I'll, if it's with your permission, I'll interrupt you if something needs your attention in that respect.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Anything, you, Brandon, anybody that's got to interrupt me is fine with me.
Are we going to allow chat to be enabled or not?
Yeah, it's enabled. I should have mentioned that last meeting. I was mistaken in disabling it. I thought it wasn't entered into the record, but I learned that it is, so I'm gonna let it fly.
Perfect. I just had a couple people approach me after that, so.
Yep.
Anybody see the traffic at the park yesterday?
Yeah, so it was a Thursday night. We're going to talk about possible restrictions. Yeah, I walked by the October and November holes last night. There was clearly no social distancing there. And of course, it's tough for us to control that lot. But, it was after the time that Trident Security was off duty.
Mm-hmm. Hard issue.
Hey, Craig, is that lot in in town limits? The actual lot?
You mean the Northern Water lot? Is that what you're talking
Yeah.
about, Mark?
We were looking at that the other day, and it's hard to tell from the Boulder County map what's in town limits and what's not right there.
Well, we must own part of it because we've got the railroad right away, which slices through the front part of it.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Right away is not. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's one of
You're
my
talking
first
about
questions back
north
there.
of
We
the
talked
boundary?
about it, whether the actual Northern Colorado Water Conservancy lot is in town limits, and if it's not, what's our authority there? I don't know. Maybe we could ask Sergeant Christ about that, whether he knows. Because you can't really tell from that website. The lot lines are not always precise on that, so I don't know.
Oh, you're talking about the Boulder County Property Survey when you look at that?
Yeah, where you go on the Boulder County Assessors and you look and see the lots and stuff, but sometimes their lines are not accurate, I've discovered. Sergeant Chris may have some idea about that. I don't know. I'd like to
I
ask.
counted, went by there the other day, there was no fewer than 15 automobiles there. I think the kayaking is great. I don't have any issue with it. It's just there doesn't seem, like I said, there doesn't seem to be a lot of social distancing and mask wearing and whatnot. So.
There he is.
Hello, Sergeant.
Good evening. How's everybody tonight?
Everybody's doing well.
Good.
Just waiting for Wendy.
Okay, everybody ready?
Ready.
I'll call the May 18th, 2020 regular Board of Trustees meeting to order. Could we have the roll call, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Angelo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present?
Trustee Rogan,
Present.
Trustee Carvis,
Present.
Trustee Waugh,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
and Trustee Miller.
Present.
Please all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic
which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
justice for all.
I deserve it. Let's see how we work.
This is our time for a reflective moment of silence in tribute of all of our hospital workers, first responders, and 90,000 Americans who have lost their lives. Thank you. Next is the approval of the agenda.
Mayor Angelo,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to request that we pull item Roman numeral 11.4, resolution 2020-82 from the consent agenda for elaboration and possible description later in the meeting.
Trustee Lowell and Mary Angela, if I may, I think the appropriate time to pull that item would be during the approval of the consent agenda. We ask about which items people would like to be pulled. And then at that point, we pull them and put them on general business.
So at the point when the consent agenda is introduced?
Yes.
That's correct.
That's the time, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, this is if you want to move anything to the front of the agenda or something like that, move around the items.
Gotcha. Okay, forgive this rookie. We'll do
No worries. People are learning.
Okay.
Is there any other requests on the agenda? Madam Clerk, would you take the roll call, please?
I believe trustee Waugh had his hand raised.
I'm sorry, trustee Waugh. Yes, sir.
No problem. I'd like to ask that under general business, number 1, direction and discussion to staff on COVID issues, as well as item number 2, a resolution about COVID-19 be pulled from the agenda and be held in a public meeting later this week. Meeting this week.
If I may, Mayor Angela and Trustee Waugh, concerning the resolution itself, the emergency resolution, the current resolution expires tonight, which means I understand that the desire for a special meeting later in the week, and I fully support that idea. But for the current emergency resolution to remain in effect, it will need to be extended tonight. So I think I would request personally that item remain on tonight's agenda.
Okay, I'll withdraw my request for item number 2.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Madam Clerk, could we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
trustee Caravas,
Aye.
trustee Lowell,
Aye.
trustee Miller,
Yay.
trustee Waugh.
I have a clarification. Was item number 1 removed from general business?
The discussion,
The discussion, yes. I had requested number 1 and number 2 be removed and conceded number 2 would not be removed.
the approved last.
That was,
agenda.
it was my understanding that the agenda was being approved as requested to be modified. But if it was the board's intent to be otherwise, please speak now.
I'm just asking for clarification. Is that in the current thing that I'm voting for?
Yes.
Number 1.
I see
Yes.
trustee Miller shaking her head, and she made the motion to approve the agenda. So you're on mute, Wendy. Could you clarify?
I did not put that in there. If you want to pull that item still, then you should do that.
Then I'll vote nay.
Wait.
I mean, isn't that how it works? I mean, we're voting now. I was discussion. Doesn't just sit before a vote?
I think we need a motion. I think we need a motion to pull item number 1. We can vote on the motion as an amendment to the agenda, then we can vote on the full agenda.
That would come from trustee Waugh.
Okay. I would second his motion.
Could we have the vote, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
trustee Rogan,
Aye.
trustee Waugh,
Aye.
trustee Miller,
Yay.
trustee Lowell,
Aye.
trustee Caravas.
Aye.
Thank you. Just trying to follow the process and understand what's going on.
That's fine.
Did it correctly.
So do we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
trustee Rogan,
Aye.
trustee Waugh,
Aye.
trustee Miller,
Yay.
trustee Lowell,
Aye.
and trustee Caravas.
Aye.
Okay. The motion passes unanimously as amended. Now is the opportunity for the public to participate in audience business. We do have 2 second readings on the agenda, which are public hearings. So we can't speak to the ordinance regarding waste hauling or the ballot initiative regarding noxious weed management. but the public is entitled to address the Board of Trustees on any other item it wishes to address the board at this time.
And just to be clear, we will address those items when they are called later in the night. So.
That's right.
Hi, everyone. This is Laverne.
Yes, Mrs. Johnson.
Okay, you can hear me. 306 Evans, Lions. I'm here for the Lions Redstone Museum, and it's time to wonder about opening it. And we'll be open June 1st to October 4th, except for the virus. So we thought that we would go on virtual and answer questions. And the rush is that we send a brochure out on with the town utilities on May 26th. So we thought we would do virtual until the governor releases the museums, and at which time then we'd be social distancing. And our employers will be there to answer questions and to answer and to let people in with their mask and that. And so that's the update on that, because we can't really tell what's going to happen with governor and museums. And we also are interested in the Good Old Day, which is scheduled for Saturday, June 27th. And we were fearful of that. And the only thing we could think of would be a concert in the park. But the alumni have canceled theirs because they don't think anybody would come. So we're wondering if we should have our Good Old Day on Labor Day, Saturday. And instead of wondering, you know, if they would come, because we have a special program for the historians and for the alumni. So that's my questions, if you have any questions for me.
We'll take that into consideration, Mrs. Johnson, and depending on the governor's direction, we'll be able to make a decision on both of those requests in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees?
We didn't really describe to the public how to raise their hand, but I believe Tim Shepler and David McLaughlin. Would you raise your hand if you're wanting to speak? And then Glenn Keuchel, are you wanting to speak?
Yes.
McLaughlin?
So Tim and David, I saw you first. And then clerk, if you could check the participant list, see if anyone else has raised their hand.
David McLaughlin, you're recognized, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Victoria. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So Tim and myself own the lot.
Name and address for the record, sir, please.
I'm sorry?
Your name and address for the record?
Oh, okay. My name's David McLaughlin, and I live here in Stone Canyon. And the property that Tim and I own is 446 Main Street, next to the Fork. And it's been brought to our attention over the last few months from Victoria and Paul. There is an easement that wants to go through the lot because there's going to be some curb and gutter work, or proposed curb and gutter work done on High Street. And we're not exactly sure when that may happen, or if there's a time limit or when it can happen. But as we talked with them more about just feeling a little uncomfortable about granting the easement as we're trying to sell the lot. We've had a lot of interest from a lot of different developers. And so we talked to Victoria and Paul about the possibility of the town buying the lot to, one, take care of the easement, but two, preserve the historic dynamite shack. It definitely needs some work, as well as keeping that available to the public. that's come up a lot. It came up for us, is wanting to keep it and how to keep it available to the public in a safe way without incurring some sort of liability. So there's some factors there. We're getting a lot of feedback from people in the town that would love to see farmers markets there. They'd love to see some open air outdoor eating, especially now since COVID has come about. Potential food trucks. I mean, lots of different things. So that's what we wanted to bring to the board, is the possibility of purchasing the lot from us. We think it would probably be best to, I mean, the town's going to need more and more parking. That's for sure. I mean, if nothing else, it could be parking, it could be a park, it could be a lot of different things for a lot of different people. And so that's why we wanted to put that out there. Tim, was there anything else from you?
Tim, could you please state your name and address for the record?
You're on mute.
You're on
You're on
mute.
mute. You're on mute, Tim.
Sorry about that. My name is Tim Shepler, and I reside at 2018 County Road 34, Meade, Colorado. And David's pretty much covered it all. Either some developer, somebody's going to buy this lot, or it's possible for the town to have a myriad of uses. I just want to say that we've got a lot of the groundwork, the footwork done as far as the engineering, and talked to all the utility providers, and you know, this lot can be developed pretty easily, and the town has an interest in it. So we're just trying to give you guys the first opportunity.
You're on mute.
Oh, I don't know how that happened. Sorry, guys. David's pretty much said it all. We just wanted to give the board the awareness that this lot is available to first come, first served purchaser. And it has a lot of historical significance, as David said, I guess, the Dynamite Shack. And there's just lots of possibilities for the town of Lyons. That's about our spiel right there. So thank you. David?
Nope, that's it. I guess if we have Nick, I'm not sure, maybe Victoria or Paul can get with us about the questions that we have on timelines. That'd be helpful.
Okay.
The board typically doesn't respond during audience business. So when they go to set the agenda for June 1st, we can see if they have an interest in discussing this further.
Okay, great. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Mark, I have to get one piece of paper. Could you take over the agenda? And I'm going to go get it from Dolores right now.
Okay. Any further comments on audience business? I believe Glenn Keuchel was wanting to speak.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Very good. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Glenn Keuchel, and my wife Charlotte and I are health professionals. I retired last year.
Sir, can we get your address for the record, please?
Oh, I apologize. 4 Eagle Nest Lane, over here in the Eagle Canyon development. And we moved here about 1.5 years ago, and my wife is still a practicing clinician. I still work with a lot of the customers. We moved up here from Austin, Texas, and so I had about 2,500 health professionals that I worked with down there. Our primary concern is that a number of months ago, we became aware of the hazards of electromagnetic radiation and how little conversation is being given to that. And so I just wanted to, because there are a number of new trustees on the board, mention that over a period of time, my wife and I will become certified as what they call building biologists. Building biologists go into a home And we'll look at issues such as Wi-Fi, we'll look at mold, we'll look at other things that can improve the quality of life within a home. But as trustees, the thing I would just like to plant a seed with each of you is that you have the authority to grant the installation of towers. Now, cell phone towers, etc. And I just want to put a word of caution ahead for you that as health professionals, what we have studied is the number of studies. There are over 2,000 studies that show the harmful effects of this EMF radiation that's being put off by cell towers, and that 5G is going to really amp that up many, many times fold in terms of the hazards of 5G. And I realize it's not a popular topic because people are so attached to their cell phones, attached to all of these modern conveniences, but where they're called smart items, they really are surveillance items. That's part of what they are being put together for. So in any case, not to overdo that, but if you know, you'll hear from us from time to time. We'll become certified this year as building biologists, and we're very concerned about the tower that is on top of Oscar Blues. We've taken our meters into the bank, into Oscar Blues and other businesses on Main Street. And the readings on our meters basically say that those are hazardous locations for anybody to be working in. That includes City Hall. I've gone into the City Hall with our meters, and all of the meters say evacuate that room immediately. So I just want to say that please begin to give that some consideration. And when the telecom companies come to you and say, we'd like to put another tower in, put it on hold, and we'd like to share with you some of the reasons not to move in that direction. I know you can't comment, but that's all I had to say. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You bet, my pleasure.
Anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
I can't figure out how to raise my hand. Sorry.
Melissa Winkler,
Yes.
name and address for the record.
Melissa Winkler. I live at 196 2nd Avenue. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I just wanted to take one last opportunity in a public setting to make sure that I clearly communicate our position on the bridge project. I've received feedback from a couple of you that indicates I was not clear. So this is my opportunity. I am willing to negotiate. While I realize timing for this project is essential, we were only told about the impact of this project to our property a short time ago. You know, I'm running here as fast as I can to catch a speeding train, and I want to make sure that I understand my rights and come to an agreement with the town on what is fair and what is just. The town has chosen to repair and replace the bridge, which, as I've said before, benefits many, but it has consequences to a few. The town has submitted a design that incorporates changing our property. While I have sent a long memo that speaks to the effect of the bridge build will have on our property, I just want to make absolutely certain that there is a clear understanding of those effects. To that end, I've extended the offer to the entire board to come over and see the space and understand the changes. Some of you have taken me up on that offer, and I very much appreciate the time that you took to do so. The town needs to remove a retaining wall on our property and dig down 1 to 2 feet and gently grade into the river. I think this is the part that I was fairly unclear about. While they have agreed to replace that wall, you cannot replace the use of the land as the river will flow through it. We can no longer functionally use that piece of property because now it becomes the river. Replacing the bridge in no way benefits us. Our insurance doesn't go up or it doesn't go down based off the new bridge design. Our property is high enough that the floodplain or the floodway and the new maps doesn't adjust for anything for insurance. We are left with a road 5 feet higher, a driveway that we can only use part of the year, a 12-foot wall that gently grades down to 4 feet that we stare at out our front door, our windows, and our patio. Additionally, 10 out of the 12 trees on our property and the town's property combined are going to be removed. I don't know many of you, but I do know that several of you own your own business or your home here in town. I can only imagine that as good citizens, you would be willing to enter into negotiations, as am I, with the town on an important project, because you recognize the benefit for everyone. But I would also imagine that it would be important to you that the town reciprocated your goodwill with compensation. I have researched different ways to solve or mitigate the problem we're both faced with. I've asked the town for compensation for the use of my land as a trade-off, not for using it again in the same way or really any capacity in the future. I would in turn use that compensation to landscape and try to mitigate the very harmful impacts the bridge is having to our property. I choose to transparently share that landscaping quote with you, and I've shared that 2 more quotes are on their way. I've looked into other ways to make sure I'm justly compensated for helping the town. I've talked to appraisers, I've talked to attorneys, and I know this route would be far more costly for us and the town. This path would also take more time. Furthermore, this route takes into account not only that the market value of the land condemned, so that's my property, it also takes into account the damage to the remainder, which means that the assessor would take into account all the negative effects the new bridge would have on our property. I'm not an expert at valuing property, but I just did refinance my house for a lower rate, so I have a recent appraisal. I also can see similar sized lots for sale in town that are not on the river, and they're well over $200,000, close to 250. I did a back of the envelope estimate using these data points, and would that bring the value of our property in line with my financial ask? I thought it would. And that doesn't account for the time and the cost of all the lawyering involved. I've proposed to town a solution that can mitigate the impacts to our property and provide the town with a new and improved bridge at a fraction of the cost to the FEMA funded project. I'm trying to meet the town's deadlines given by FEMA. My solution was the fastest and most logical solution I could think of that would have the least impact to town's effort in meeting this deadline. Perhaps the problem was, instead of messaging being that I'm asking for money to landscape the town's right-of-way, is that I was asking for compensation to use my land, change my land, not being able to use my land as I do now, and replacing the value of things on my land. And with that compensation, I'm going to landscape the town's right-of-way to mitigate the other negative impacts of the bridge property. I'd just like to end by stating that while your job as a trustee is to act in the best interest of town and town citizens, that I remind you that I am a town citizen as well. And my offer still stands if you'd like to come walk through the impacts of the project on our property. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, state your name and address for the record, please.
Craig Ferguson, excuse me, 500 West Main, Lyons, Colorado. I'm just chiming in. We're announcing the festivals are canceled on Wednesday. I think everybody's pretty much expecting that. And I think Zach let Victoria and Kim know today, so I just figured I'd chime in and let you guys know.
Sorry to hear that, Craig.
But in the spirit of goodwill, I wanted to offer 100% of all revenues this year to pave the streets. Okay, hey, see you guys. Thanks a lot. We'll be in touch later.
You're a funny one.
Have a good meeting.
Anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees? Seeing none, we will move on to Sergeant Chris's report, sir.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Well, I'm definitely sorry to hear that the festivals are going to be canceled. So I'm going to lead off with another cancellation that might not be too favorable, but the Sheriff's Office will not be hosting National Night Out this year as well, throughout the entire county. It just doesn't seem appropriate with the social distancing and all that, and on the heels of all this COVID stuff, to try to promote people to come together. Even though the principle and the idea of National Night Out is awesome, and Lions always has an awesome turnout. We're gonna cancel it this year, so everyone, there'll probably be a press release on that in the near future. So I've got a few topics to hit on tonight. People may have noticed some extra patrol in town. Our extra duty assignments have taken effect once again, starting this month. Primarily our traffic extra duty assignments. That was on hold during this COVID thing when we were at a tier 3 level of staffing, and by order of the sheriff, limited contacts with people unless necessary. So that was lifted a couple weeks ago. So we have been able to redeploy our Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday extra duty traffic patrols. So the benefit to that obviously is to help control the traffic safety through town on those 4 days. And because this is a new board, and for anybody else that's listening, the way that works is during those 4 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Mondays, we allow officers to sign up for 4 or 6 hour blocks of time where they devote 100% of their efforts in the town of Lyons doing traffic enforcement, traffic patrols, neighborhood patrols, things like that. So you will be seeing an increase in that if you haven't already noticed it. Let's see here. We are stepping up as well the extra patrols, some of their duties, as well as my general staff, my day shift and night shift officers. I've directed them to very much try to step up the patrols in the parks, on the trails, in and around the areas where people are congregating. The social distancing order is extremely tough to enforce. I think we've talked about this several times at several meetings. And again, our goal is to educate and try to eliminate problems when we see them. And if I can get my officers out there the best we can, trying to intervene before it becomes an issue, that's what we're doing. So hopefully that's working out. It's like shoveling water with a pitchfork, though. It's very hard to deal with. It's ever changing. It's every, you get a call, you get there, it's not there. It's difficult to say the least, but we are working on it. Last week we had an interesting call regarding a paving scam that came through the town of Lyons. So we have had these happen in the county almost every year. And what for anybody that doesn't kind of know how these things work, I'll update you real quick. We get a lot of fly-by-night outfits that work multiple states, and they come in and approach homeowners, business owners with basically kind of a bait and switch type thing. They'll usually come up, knock on your door, and say, "Hey, I noticed your parking lot's got some potholes. I have some leftover asphalt from a job one county over. For a really great deal, I'll repair this." And that's the hook, line, and sinker right there. And usually people will jump at a chance to have something at a discounted rate, and then all of a sudden it gets overinflated, and then there's a big problem, and they demand payment. And people in the county historically have been scammed out of a lot of money by doing this. We were able to intercept when these guys came back to a local business here in town on the second day before they were depleted of any more money, and we were actually able to make an arrest on this guy. It is still an ongoing investigation, but this quote unquote company that came through is being investigated in several different states. So caution, as always, when it kind of sounds too good to be true, check into it. Feel free to give us a call. And this particular call was a huge benefit, and it's something that I've talked to openly a lot. If you feel like something's wrong or something's going on, you've got to call us. This is what we do. This is my job. This is my officers' jobs. Call the non-emergency dispatch line if it's a non-emergency issue and say, hey, this doesn't seem right. We'll send a guy over. This is exactly what happened. And we knew right away that this was a paving scam. So we were able to set up the following day, and now we've got a criminal in jail. So again, if we don't know that it's going on, it makes it really difficult for us to enforce and protect, everybody in town. So I just always want to throw that out when I get that opportunity. No major updates with the sheriff's office at this point. There are a couple new things that are going to be happening, though, that I'll touch base real quick on. We're still at our tier 3 staffing. So far, everything's been good. Our strike force team has been implemented. They are now out on the streets. It's a total of 6 additional deputies, mostly encompassing our SROs. They're out of schools right now. So I spoke at this at the last board meeting that they're getting filtered into other areas of the county or wherever the need is for any extra patrol regarding a lot of the COVID stuff, actually, the county open space and parks and things like that. So that is up and operational. So if we run into a serious issue up here in town or out at Hall Ranch or Rabbit Mountain, areas like that, we might be able to utilize those folks as well. There's been a couple staff changes that I can just briefly touch with some promotions and some movement and some retirements. Commander Nick Goldberger has moved on to the Drug Task Force. My predecessor and my former boss at this point. So I now have a new commander, Commander Brian Jones. I've worked with him for a very long time. Very love-headed guy. I'll be getting him up into the town and try to meet as much of the staff as possible when everything is appropriate for that. And that is it for my report tonight.
Any questions for Sergeant Christ? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Sergeant Chris, Trustee Lowell and I were discussing just before the meeting that there were a lot of crowds over at the October and November holes this weekend, congregating in the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy lot. Do you know is that lot part of the town limits, and does it matter since it's in the county, or what's the situation there?
Well, to directly, I don't know if that lot is specifically in the town or not, but you did hit the nail on the head there. Even though it may not be in the city or the town, it's still within the county. So there is some enforcement there, I think, that we could use if we need to on criminal activity or anything like that. Again, that's going to be one of those areas where we're going to have to be patrolling fairly heavily and try to get these just get the social distancing thing in order and in check. So I'll make a note of that and send my guys over there, especially on the weekends, and see if we can't try to just break up the monotony over there.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Sergeant Chris?
I can follow up on that a little bit. Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District is the owner of the parcel where people are parking. And however, the town does have an agreement with them that allows us to utilize below their structure as recreation. In regard to it being in the town limits, I'm looking at it right now, and it does appear to be in our town limits. But nonetheless, I am concerned that people, if they abuse that too much, for parking, that when they need to access it for maintenance, that they may say, okay, that's enough. But if you recall, in our Lions Valley River Park plans, we did have a parking lot just to the east of that plan. The town owns a strip of land, but we were unable to complete that part of the project because of finances. So yeah, we need to continue to communicate with them. I expect that water to come on any time now. And once it does, they're going to need access to maintain their structure.
Any other questions for Sergeant Christ? Sergeant, be safe. Take care.
Thank you very much. You as
Wait, I think Wendy had a question. She had her
Oh,
hand up
Wendy,
there.
I'm sorry.
I actually have a question more for Victoria regarding the ponds. So I'm just wondering, are they open yet for like, I was just watching somebody in them swimming the other day.
Well, they've been using them for over a month.
Okay.
So yes, the ponds are open. They
Okay.
were really never closed. Now the algae is blooming, and you know,
Yeah, that's what I.
and so it's, I mean, it's swim at your own risk, obviously.
Okay.
And the algae is, some days is better than others. The water quality is excellent, very clear, but there is a lot of algae. So, but people can use them, and we just want people to access them from the beach areas, not crossing over the land we're trying to restore. They're actually going to be overseeding that area again very soon. So it's fine to use the no motorized vehicles, so can't do that. But if someone wants to paddleboard or kayak or swim, they can do that, knowing there's large carp under there as well. So there's no surprises.
Okay. Yeah, they were, I think they were in a riparian area.
Oh,
You know,
the westernmost pond, northwesternmost pond is a conservation pond.
Yeah.
That is not to be used recreationally. And it has lines across it right now. But the large pond that crosses under the bridge or traverses under the bridge is able to be used for recreation.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments? Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
I get to read a historical preservation month proclamation that I couldn't find last time and almost couldn't find this time. Whereas local historic preservation is an effective tool for revitalizing neighborhoods, promoting economic, social, and environmental sustainability, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability. And whereas historical preservation is relevant for communities across the nation, both urban and rural, and for Americans of all ages, all walks of life, and all ethnic backgrounds. And whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of the heritage that has shaped us as a people. And whereas the National Historic Preservation Act has had a profound impact on Colorado, and historical places listed on the local, state, and national registers contribute to the revitalization and recognition of communities through heritage tourism and the preservation of historic places which honor the diverse cultural, agricultural, natural, and built environments of our state. And whereas in Colorado, Archaeology and Historic Preservation Month is a celebration of our state's heritage observed by communities across the state. Now therefore I, Nicholas Angelo, Mayor of the town of Lyons, Colorado, do proclaim May as Historic Preservation Month in the town of Lyons. The Board of Trustees, town staff, and I urge all citizens to support local historic preservation efforts and participate in the historic preservation events occurring this month in town. Thank you. We'll move on to trustee reports. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, I've got a a couple of reports. One, the subcommittee that was formed at last meeting, with Trustee Rogan and I to look into town tax collections from special events and festivals. Trustee Rogan and I met and discussed kind of a plan of action. Attorney Dittman was gracious enough to contact his counterpart in Estes Park, who got from the Estes Park town staff kind of an outline of the procedures that they follow, which will be a useful starting point. And so Trustee Rogan and I discussed those, and we are in the process of trying to set up a meeting with the town staff to go over the planned course of action and hopefully also involve the Colorado Department of Revenue in how to address those issues, because that's who Estes Park works with closely. So we've gotten started, and that's where we stand at the moment. Also, I participated in the Parks and Recreation Commission meeting. Part of their meeting was directed to the citizens weed control ordinance that's on the agenda tonight, and included in the packet is the Parks and Recreation Commission statement in that regard. They've also spent a lot of time recently discussing potential reopening scenarios or partial reopening scenarios for the town parks. That may be something that we consider at the special meeting that's anticipated later this week on COVID-19 effects, because they're looking at things like potentially opening half the parking spaces, and also setting number limits on admission to the parks on the weekend, where even for walk-in traffic, there'd be one in, one out. And they've also discussed what the town can and can't do with respect to trying to control parking on streets that are near the park entrances. So I'll save the detail on that until we get to the COVID-19 meeting.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Waugh.
Yes, thank you. So since the last meeting, I was able to meet, the PCDC met and had some goal setting for 2020. As well as the comp plan subcommittee was able to hold a workshop and kind of start the process for the comp plan in terms of setting some goals and priorities, as well as learning the overall process. In addition, Trustee Rogan and I are on the task force around COVID-19 planning. And we're excited to share some of the feedback and input that we got from local businesses and others. And we'll be presenting that, I guess, either at the meeting later this week, and also discussing it, I'm sure, a little bit around the resolution later tonight. And that's all I had.
Trustee Lowell.
Yes, I guess this is what I get for being elected and touting myself as a neighborhood representative here in Lions Valley Park. But I've had some discussions with some of the residents here, and of course, one of the things that's on their mind is the proposed gun range. I don't know. I couldn't give them any answers about where the gun range proposal stands now. I don't know if Administrator Simonson is able to fill us in on the progress of that. But I would only caution that it's probably time, with a new mayor and a new board, to revisit that issue and perhaps form up a letter of objection, as it were, if we agree, and send it forward to Boulder County about this. I think this has the potential to sneak up on us all of a sudden, and we wake up one day and find out that the plans are going forward. So I would urge us to form up a new letter to Boulder County about the gun range and all the implications. The second issue that they pinged me on was, and I wasn't sure how to answer this, how does one go about requesting additional stop signs? Is that an issue to take up with Director Cosgrove?
Madam Administrator?
I am already aware of the request for a stop sign at Raymond and McConnell.
Thank you.
And we have ordered them, and we were waiting for that the stream bank folks to demobilize, but we would like to get it up before Summit starts their plan. So I think you should see those being installed here in the next few weeks. And then in regard to the gun range, the last we heard was from Gary Sanfason with Boulder County. He had said that the county was re-energizing their efforts and looking at 2 other sites in Boulder County. And, but you are correct. We have not had a recent update. And it wouldn't hurt to get an update, if any. They maybe have put it on hold during COVID as well. But we can certainly find out, or we can draft a letter from this group as a new elected board. If everyone's on the same page with that.
Can I address that also, Madam Administrator and Trustee Lowell?
Sure.
It's my understanding from former Mayor Van Domelen that site is controlled for all intents and purposes by Lions because of our agreement in the IGA with the county. So that's the position that I'd like to take, is that they agreed in the IGA that we had a say in regard to what would go on at that particular site. And Mayor Van Domelen assured me that that was the case. So that's that would be my contention of opposition.
It is listed on our IGA map as a potential no development zone because of steep slopes, unless both sides agree to it. So I believe they were coming at it as we want to work with you and negotiate an agreement. So I guess we don't know where this current board stands on that issue. And at some point we might want to talk about it, but why don't I plan to see if I can get an update from Boulder County to report to you in the near future, and then you can decide how you'd like to respond.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Trustee Caravas.
Okey-doke. Just a quick update. The UEB will be meeting this Wednesday, 4:30. The UEB last meeting on May 6th was more of a orientation for the new members, kind of catch them up, what we're doing, what we've been doing. Aaron really did a great job indicating what was going on, what the UEB's been doing. We had some more information, a little more in-depth information about the power outage, what caused it, and the trickle-down effect or trickle-down causes of why things were delayed coming up on our examples would be our pumps going out on the lift stations and backup power doesn't always come on. Some of the controllers to monitor power to pumps when you turn them back on did not like the outside power coming onto it to kick them back on. So it just kind of had somewhat of a waterfall effect. Victoria maybe will add more to it. Everyone's going through it pretty quick. But I believe a large tree limb did fall and stayed on that particular line, that phase, causing that phase to draw a lot of power and burned through that phase line underground where it did. And I do believe what Aaron or Mr. Kaplan had indicated that M-Line in town would probably have to at some point inspect all those buried lines from the substation all the way to town. And that cable is not cheap. So hopefully there are not other weaknesses in those three-phase power lines coming from our substation to town. Because if there are in the replacements, it could be fairly expensive. But I think that's could be on the agenda now for the director to look at and UEB to stay on top of. And I do believe that is it for now.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Miller.
So I had the first LAHC meeting last Tuesday, and it was basically introductions, and it was enlightening. Actually, they are very entertaining, energetic bunch. So it's going to be fun. I really enjoyed it. And they basically were just trying to figure out how to move forward with the art, and worried about funding for it and what their budget was and that sort of thing. Although I do believe that their budget is money that they've made, from what it sounds like, from various art installations and whatnot that they've sold along the way. So I think they're a little protected, and not in jeopardy of losing that money by having it reallocated somehow. They obviously are not going to be able to do a lot of the stuff that they thought they were going to be able to do this year, as far as, the art installations, art shows at town hall and the library and stuff. But, they're trying to figure out how they're looking ahead for the next, I think, 5 or 10 years on who's going to be up next. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. Whole new thing for me. So, also for the Housing and Human Services Commission, there's a couple of things there. We were hoping to get a proclamation done for Pride Week for June. I believe it's June 21st. So we need to get that on the agenda. I think Ellen has one written up, so I can forward it to you, and you can revise it if you want or whatever. So we need to do the proclamation. We'd like to do that, and then hand out or stick little rainbow flags in planters and stuff, if it's permissible. So people can take them if they'd like. And, do something along those lines, since the parades are going to be canceled. We're trying to figure out some other fun sort of thing to do. Also, Z-Trip, the vouchers for Z-Trip are done. The Z-Trip contract is done. So there is the money there for that. And Z-Trip is actually functioning. Those vouchers are being passed out, and there is the ability to use Z-Trip, but they're different vehicles where there's a barrier between the front and the back. So it's for the obviously for the COVID thing, and there's a $75 cleaning fee attached. So it doesn't really make much sense right now, in my opinion, to use it, unless absolutely necessary for some reason. And I'm not really sure how that's working. I haven't gotten that information from Lisa yet. Who is responsible for this $75 cleaning fee? I'm assuming it's the rider, but we got this money from Boulder County as a funding for low-income folks. So I'm not sure. We're still trying to figure that one out, or I am.
Trustee Miller, I could probably answer that question for you.
Oh, okay, great, thanks. Yeah.
So the vouchers are for set amounts, I believe. So
yes.
Anything additional would be on the rider, unfortunately.
Okay. So yeah, so $75 is the fee, and that's a lot. I don't know that anybody could really afford to do that, but apparently some people have used them already. So yeah, maybe whatever works for, but maybe it's just enough that they can get there. But that's all I've got, really. So
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Before I call on Trustee Rogan, I'd like to congratulate her and Trustee Wah on a really, really terrific COVID survey. It's, and I can't wait to get into the discussion Thursday at our meeting. I thought it was really, really terrific. Trustee Rogan.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of work Trustee Wah and I put into that, and I think we're both pretty proud of the result, and we're excited to talk about it with the board and the public. So I met with the Historic Preservation Commission, such as it is, which is Paul and Yanni Jones, who's our historic preservationist and planner. And we talked about what it means to be a certified local government, and the benefits that that would bring to the town and the requirements to being a certified local government, one of which is an active Historic Preservation Commission. So we're actively recruiting, and we had one application, Priscilla Cohan, which looked great. So I would, if the board agrees and staff agree, I'd love to have Yanni come and give a short presentation about what it is she's doing and what it means to be a certified local government. She's very articulate, more articulate than I can be about the subject. So if that's something the board's interested in doing, I think that would be terrific. And then had a great meeting with the Economic Vitality Commission. So we talked about the revolving loan fund and what that's looking like, and talked a lot about how to make it so that our businesses can survive and thrive this summer. And there were a lot of great out-of-the-box ideas, including good old weekends. I can't remember who came up with that idea, but the idea being, let's do everything we can in the open air and let's use every space we can. Obviously, we can't close Main Street. I think it was Kim who had the idea of making the sidewalks one way on Main Street to help enable social distancing, maybe taking up some parking spaces to use for tables, things like that. We talked about having retail and restaurant pop-ups in different spaces around town. The idea was floated of maybe closing 4th Street, closing part of High Street for things like that. And, you know, I think a lot of what we decide we want to do is going to depend on the new guidance that's coming down from Governor Polis over the next few days and toward the end of the week, which is a great reason to pull that COVID discussion from this agenda and have a separate meeting about it. So we also talked about how to get PPE to our businesses for themselves, their employees, and their customers. And so a subcommittee was formed. And Brianna said that they're going to send out a survey to brick and mortar businesses that are open and serving customers to determine what the needs are. And depending on that, we were talking about creating a resource page for business owners so they can find out how to access that PPE, maybe a mask drive, and getting in touch with Green Goo and Spirit Hound to get pricing on bulk sanitizers so that we can lift as much of the cost burden of PPE on businesses as possible. And I think that's it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I attended a Board of Adjustments meeting, which I heard from a counselor that as the mayor is improper, so there will have to be somebody that perhaps would like to step forward and be the liaison to the Board of Adjustments. Counselor?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that it's not improper for the mayor to attend Board of Adjustment meetings. It's just not permitted under the code to be an ex officio member. So I wouldn't say you did anything wrong. All I did was attend and listen. You just can't be an ex officio member, that's all.
Okay, so there will need to be an additional liaison, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Trustee Miller, would you like to be the liaison?
Yep.
So be it. But the meeting was interesting. I didn't say a word until the meeting was over and got a couple of congratulations as was proper. I said thank you a couple of times. But Trustee Rogan is correct in regard to Yanni. That meeting was about a historical home in town, and her presentation was as professional as I've heard. So I think it is a great idea that she come before the Board of Trustees and educate us all in regard to the historical preservation concept. Then there was another thing that came up, Counselor, at the meeting. The majority of the Board of Adjustments meetings have been because of lot lines, and that they don't meet, setbacks because of the way that houses were constructed. They're much too close to the streets. And Chairman Eister has requested for over 2 years to address that issue. With the board's direction, I'd like you to at least research what that would take and come back to us and see what we can do in regard to Old Town, especially the Norton part of town, and address that issue so that there is no need to have a Board of Adjustments meeting for a lot line adjustment.
So, Mayor Angela, that was the first time I had attended a Board of Adjustments meeting in Lyon. So it was news to me about the lot line issue, but it would simply take an ordinance. I think probably it would only be for that section of town. So it'd be limited in scope. It wouldn't make sense, obviously, to have 0 lot lines and, more rural parts of town, larger the estate zoning. So it'd be, it may even require a new zone. And so we'll have to do some more research on that. I mean, I think I have to work with Planner of Glasgow on that.
Okay.
We can certainly bring back a report to the board on what that would entail. But it would require a code adjustment for sure.
That's fine. Any other items on trustee reports? Seeing none, I'll make some appointments to boards and commissions. Kate Zalzal to the Ecology Board, Priscilla Cohan to the Historical Preservation Board, Robert Brackenridge to the Ecology Board, Christina Trapani Scott to Lions Arts and Humanity. Did you get all of those, Dolores? Okay, moving on to financial report, the financial update.
Good evening, Mayor. I'm going to be presenting the April financial information for the board this evening. I'm going to share my screen, so be patient with me as I figure this technology out. Just one moment. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to start out with sales tax information. So we do receive our sales tax information from the state of Colorado around the 10th. So although the March sales tax numbers are not within the April financial information, because I do have the information, I thought it was very valuable to share with you. What we are seeing is kind of what we had expected. We are seeing a reduction from February to March in the amount of about 12%, sales taxes down. And then as we look from March of 2019 to March of 2020, we are seeing a reduction there as well of about 23%. So we are seeing the revenues going down, which is something that we had expected. However, we had projected a 50% reduction in sales tax. So while these don't look wonderful, they are better than what we had expected. So as we look at this on the chart, we are certainly seeing the sales tax trend going down. We are also seeing where our last 3 years were much higher, that we are much below that. Just the normal information that I give you guys for the month of April. In April, the town's revenues were $465,500, with the majority of that, 38%, going into the general fund, followed by the electric fund at 26%. For the town's expenditures, they were $437,956, with a majority, 34%, coming out of the general fund, followed by the electric fund at 23%. When we look at just the period of April, the revenues exceeded the expenditures in all the funds except the sanitation fund and the Parks and Recreation fund. There was an expense in March in the sanitation fund for the new centrifuge or the centrifuge repair. That amount was $14,225. And while that was a large expense, by doing that repair, the sludge hauling costs that we've been forking out for were reduced from approximately $22,000 a month is what we've been paying to approximately $6,300 per month. And so that repair is actually paying for itself in just 1 month. The revenues in the Parks and Recreation Fund are down as the parks remain closed. When we look at our year-to-date, our expenditures exceed revenues in the Water Fund and the Parks and Recreation Fund. And this is pretty typical for these two funds. These two funds are very seasonal. So as we get into summer months, our water revenues go up. Same thing with our Parks and Recreation revenues. They go up in the summertime. So we're kind of seeing them lagging a little bit, but we should expect to see them kind of jump up as we move forward into the year. When we look at our year-to-date revenues compared to our year-to-date budget, the revenues for all the funds are under budget. The differences in the Water and Sanitation Fund is due to tap fees, which have been budgeted and allocated on our 3-year average. However, until Summit pulls their permits, the tap fees collected remain at 0. And again, the parks are closed, which is causing the revenues to drop there. When we look at expenditures compared to budget, with our seasonally adjusted budget, we can see that expenditures for April are lower than the 3-year average for the same time of year for all the funds. The electric fund, again, has the 2 large budgeted items. One is the electric meter project. We didn't know when specifically what month that was going to hit, so that is allocated over all 12 months. We also have our capital projects, which are budgeted, again, over the 12-month period, but nothing has been spent in either one of those yet. If we reduce the expenses by the expense budget by those 2 items, then our total expense budget would actually be $368,332. And the total expenses for this fund are $342,705, which would mean that we're about 93% of budget with these adjustments. There was a water main repair in Apple Valley, which was paid in April. The amount was $7,653, in addition to water assessments for both Northern Water and the Palmerton Ditch, for a total of $7,401. Capital purchases in the sanitation fund were for an influent pump, I hope I said that right, for $13,495, and an invoice from JVA, who was doing our rereading for the wastewater treatment plant, in the $4,972. With the implementation of our operating expense reductions that we've discussed over the last board meeting, the gap between the budget and actual expenses in both the general fund and the Parks and Recreation Fund should get wider. When we look at the funds by the quarter for the general fund, the revenues are exceeding expenditures for the second quarter. In the first quarter, we were actually pretty close on revenue and expenses. And now as we look into the second quarter, we've gotten enough revenue that we were able to absorb the extra expenses from the first quarter. When we look at the electric fund, the revenues exceed expenses in both quarters. For the water fund, the second quarter, the revenues exceed expenses. There is a first quarter deficit between revenue and expenses, and the second quarter doesn't yet have enough revenue to offset that. So it's still overall a little bit low as far as revenue versus expense. And then for the sanitation fund, the expenses are exceeding revenues for the second quarter. However, there were excess revenues in the first quarter to kind of level that out. The stormwater fund, the revenues are exceeding expenses. This is always my favorite fund. It's just perfect. And then for the Parks and Recreation Fund, the revenues are behind expenditures for both quarters. Again, with this fund, we typically see more expenses as we're leading up into the summer season, and our revenues are typically lower. And then it will kind of get better as we get to the end of the second quarter, beginning of the third quarter. I don't know if that's going to materialize this year, but that's the typical way this fund works. And then I was requested to do a little bit more information on attorney's fees. Last meeting, the town attorney did provide information regarding the Honeywell legal expenses related to his firm. However, the legal expenses for the Honeywell issue actually started all the way back in 2017. The total spent not only for the current town attorney's firm, but for the previous town attorney, plus some other special attorneys in there. The total spent through March 31st of 2020 is $102,170. There are some legal expenses in the payables. They include a February to March Kissinger and Feldman invoice for, actually there's several invoices for $45,951. And an attorney's bill for the URA for Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, Schreck, LP for $792. And that is all I have for this evening. Do you have any questions?
Are the attorney fees that were listed, Jill, they're through what month?
The ones for Honeywell or just for everything?
For Honeywell.
Those are through March 31st.
So we have all of April, including executive session, 2 executive sessions in May. So I don't know how to figure that, but they're obviously going to be much higher than that. The other thing is in March, the sales tax figures, I don't know exactly how much of March was, let's just call it normal, to be able to accrue that higher percentage of our sales tax. But we're going into some very high grossing sales tax months. And I think those are going to be substantially lower.
And I would agree with you, Mayor. In fact, in our projections that we had shared with the board last meeting, we are actually projecting a 75% reduction in a typical month for the next 3 months. So we are planning for this because we know that there will be some challenges ahead.
Thank you. I think that that's prudent. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, Jill, a couple of questions. Those attorney's fees for the Honeywell matter, do the attorney's fees figures include the engineering firm that was retained by the law firm for that project, so that they are included as part of the attorneys, or are those separate?
I believe that they come through on the attorney's bill, so it is included.
Okay.
It wasn't this month, they were separate. Just so you know, Jill.
Okay, and I can take a look at that, but I believe in the past we have gotten the bill through the attorney's firm.
That's correct. Yeah,
Well,
this month is different, but
this month it changed, and I have asked the attorneys why that occurred, and I do have an email response from them.
May I tag on to that question quickly? Do the attorneys mark up the professional services fees that they bill for?
No, it's 100% as billed. At least that's the way our firm is. I mean, a couple of years of that number came from other attorneys, but our bills are just as we bill.
And that was my understanding, was that the engineers were to be retained through the law firm for confidentiality privilege reasons.
And they still are.
Yeah.
They're still retained through their firm. It's just this month's bill, because it included the expert report, was larger than in the past. And the firm, once you basically get to a certain level of expenses, it gets billed directly. It's still retained through the firm, but it gets billed directly to the town when it exceeds a certain amount. So that way the firm is essentially loaning the town money. So,
Any other questions for?
Yeah, I had one more, Mayor Angelo.
Go ahead, sir.
Jill, you mentioned the $4,972 invoice from JVA for the wastewater treatment plant re-rating. Would it be possible for us to get the total amount spent on that re-rating project? I know there's additional expenditures that may need to be made for the recommended reconstruction or new construction items there, but for the actual JVA services, and I think that there either has been or will be some fee that's payable to CDPHE, but that may not accrue until we have actually get a permit some year. But if we could get the JVA totals through now, that may be relevant to our upcoming discussions relating to the Honeywell matter.
Of course, I can provide that for you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Trustee Caravas.
Thank you for the report, Jill. I may have missed it in this as I was going through everything, but usually you've been providing us an update of our AR, our utilities. Do you have a quick note where we are with that? I may have missed it in the report, and so it might be a brain lapse on my part.
So I did not provide that in this report. We provided that in the previous month or the previous meeting, because when we do our billing is done on the 25th. If you don't pay by the 1st, then that's when it becomes delinquent.
Yeah.
So
I was just curious though if extra money is trickled in with us. Looking at our utilities and just watching it, it's getting kind of high up there last time. I think it was over double last 2019 for your last report. So I just want to know if it stayed steady, if it crept up, if it crept down, or did want to creep up because of your not billing, but if it crept down any, if people just paid a little bit. So I know the UEB and the board passed the new guidelines of when a bill hits $10,000 that the administrators will let the board know. I just want to make sure that we don't, in the utilities board doesn't get hit with all of a sudden one meeting we show up with 4 or 5 different customers sitting at $10,000 plus. Because that's just going to be a problem that the rest of town is paying for. So I just more curious on that. And also on the reports of your unaudited revenues and expenditures by quarter, as an example, on the second quarter for electricity. Just so everyone knows in the public that's looking at this stuff, if they are, your revenues just include actual collected revenues, not booked billings or receivables, are they?
it actually includes billings. So it's what we have billed.
Oh, so that, as an example, the $121,929 is not a true figure of revenue.
It's a true figure of revenue, not of cash.
Not of payments.
It doesn't, that money's not all collected yet. Then
that is correct.
Okay. Okay, so on these utility funds, then those numbers are actually lower. The revenue numbers are actually in real dollar, real cash, lower.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
If I'm hearing you correctly, you'd like maybe the next meeting or the next time the information's available to let you know how much is outstanding, like business, like total that people are asking to be waived or deferred?
No, I think our new ordinance indicates when you can let it's up to you at this point. And so I just don't, just what Jill provides us on the last report is fine. I was just curious if it crept down and hoping that someone, made some payments, hopefully.
We'll
So
try
no,
to-
you don't need to do anything, Victoria, you're fine.
All right. Well, I mean, Erin and Jill and I are all trying to watch that so it doesn't get out of hand, trying to keep an eye on that. So we'll just make sure we take an extra glance, make sure no one's nearing that amount so that you're just all informed as well.
Trustee Watt, did you have a question? Trustee Watt, did you have a question? Jill, I have a few questions, only because I used to look at these a long time ago. And I'm looking at general fund expenses. And I'm basically looking at what was budgeted and what's been spent year to date. And for instance, in the general fund in one of the first pages, it has PC software and printers. Year-to-date actual, $24,000. That's a 513% higher than what was budgeted. And there are a lot of issues in regard to these totals. Technician fees. We budgeted 12,000. We've already spent 19,000. So we're over 156%, and it's only May. Auditing fees, same thing, over 318%. General insurance, 123%. Am I misreading these?
You are not, Mayor. What we did at the beginning of this year is we went to a monthly budget. So the number that you're seeing is not our regular annual budget divided by 12. It's actually looking at a 3-year average. And so when we did the PC and that type of thing, we actually put in there some additional expenses for software. And that software isn't normally something that we would buy, but we bought it at the beginning of the year in order to be able to use it through the year. So even though the budgets are looking at the amount of budget, it's going up and down depending on how much we have spent in that month for the prior 3 years. So that's why you're seeing it that way. And it's just, we may be purchasing things at a different time of year.
So what you're telling me is in the next quarter financial report, those percentages will be lower because we wouldn't have spent any additional money on that line item. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Jill, is it also possible, is that the purchase of all the new computers and equipment for the new Public Works building that would get reimbursed by insurance?
No, ma'am. That's
not it.
Going
Okay.
into Fund 19 because it's being covered by grant insurance money for the flood.
I do know that last month they did a lot of ordering of computers and just all the new stuff we need to move into our new building. So, but that's 19. Okay, thank you.
That was a succinct explanation, Finance Director. I appreciate it. Trustee Waugh.
Yeah, thank you, Finance Director. I just had another question. So the budgeting, I understand that we're adding seasonality to it, but we have not made any adjustments to the comparison numbers based on our new kind of planning. Is that correct? So, we're planning to cut expenses in several categories, but that's not necessarily going to be in the column of budgeted at this point, or have those been adjusted?
They have not been adjusted at this point. When we do an adjustment to the budget, it would come before the board as a resolution before we do so.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's just going to be very difficult for us to be using numbers pre-COVID to compare to actual spending at the time. And I have some concerns about that. I think we just need to, I don't know what the answer is, but I'd like us to think about how we can look, at a specific month, what we had planned, what we had then reduced expenditures and revenue to, and then how we're performing against those numbers. I just think we're looking at, we're basically looking at terrible compared to we weren't planning on COVID.
Yeah. I think that we decided the earliest we could actually do a true budget resolution and adjustment is probably toward the end of June, early July, to have some more accurate numbers of, sales tax for full months and things like that. So.
Exactly.
Okay.
Any
That's
other
fine.
questions?
I think we have some inputs from the last meeting on what we were planning to cut and so forth. So, I can do some spreadsheet work on my own to see how we're doing that.
Oh, you don't have to do that, and we can work on that.
All right. Well, to be followed up on.
And we can discuss that in our explicit special COVID meeting, not only the health aspects, but also the financial aspects. Absolutely. Any other questions for Finance Director Johnson?
I got one more, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Concerning our cash position on the reimbursements, we're at 3.2 million over the 121 days. With the joint budget commission's letters that Tracy sent out and you sent out, Victoria, that 3.2 million probably get delayed a long time, isn't it, from reimbursement?
Not necessarily. Oh, go ahead, Victoria, sorry.
No, that's okay. That really, that's the only item I was going to report on in my administrator's report tonight.
Oh, sorry to steal your thunder.
Oh, no, it's fine. If the mayor doesn't mind, I go right into it.
If nobody else has a question for the Finance Director, that's fine. Go ahead, man.
Okay. Really, that was kind of the hot topic that kind of hijacked our week there for a few days. On May 6th, we found out through a phone call from a Department of Homeland Security Emergency Management staff that the Joint Budget Commission was looking at reallocating all of the remaining 2013 flood funding state match in order to help budget the states or balance the state's budget. And so, of course, this affects anyone that still has outstanding projects, which right now is Boulder County, Larimer County, Longmont, Lyons, and Jamestown. And so we had to very quickly pull together information about this pot of money that we all felt was obligated to us via our grants and our grant contracts. And for the town of Lyons, it originally looked like it was going to be a large sum of over $4 million. In looking at it, we very quickly organized our collaborative group and wrote a letter from the collaborative, which all of the Board of Trustees should have received. It was in your packet. And then we also sent a letter specifically to Lyons because Lyons had a special agreement with the state. Normally, FEMA picks up 75% of a project, and then the remaining 25 is split by the state and the local. Well, Lyons couldn't afford 12.5% of $50 million at the time. So we had a separate agreement with the governor and with Department of Homeland Security that the state would pick up 22.5% of Lyons' share, and that Lyons would only have to pay 2.5% of our total disaster budget for FEMA. So thankfully, we do have letters referencing that commitment. And so we pretty well lobbied the JBC for a few days. And on the 14th, we heard that they did approve a reappropriation of $3.65 million to go toward those local matches. So looking at which projects Lyons has still open that have not been closed out of that list that was listed in their budget, it's closer to probably you can still hear me. And so it's more like 1.5 or 1.6 million. So as long as we finish our projects on time and on schedule this year, that should be covered. What they're not committing to is anything that will need to be spent after this, the state's next fiscal year. So Tracy and Jill and I have looked at this. We've talked with our counterparts at the state. They're in agreement that as long as we can finish up these projects on schedule like we're planning right now, none of our funds should be in jeopardy. If anything messes that up and this has to go into the state's next fiscal year, then that could be at risk.
Does that, Victoria, does that include Second Avenue Bridge?
That includes Second Avenue Bridge. We need to keep that on schedule and get it substantially the infrastructure complete by December, and follow up with just that landscaping in the spring.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
So it ended up everybody's work paid off and looks like it's going to do well. I think probably the most at risk is still Boulder County, who has an appeal in with FEMA at the federal level. And there's still a question on whether or not they will continue to earmark the state's match toward that if the appeal isn't decided between now and the end of the state's fiscal year. But for Lions, we feel really good about how this resulted. But it was a little scary there for a while.
Any other questions?
Yeah, any other questions just in general that you guys have that haven't been answered tonight? Or projects going on in town that you need an update since we don't have a flood recovery? Oh, I should mention that tomorrow night there is a neighborhood meeting for the residents of Evans Street and that area. I mean, anyone of course is welcome. But there was some question about the paving and curb and gutter project. So we are hosting a special neighborhood meeting with them tomorrow. And it starts at, let me look so I can announce that. It starts at, I believe it's 5:30 as a Zoom meeting. So you can watch for that on the Agenda Center or on the town website, or write one of us. But the paving on 2nd Avenue and McConnell went so smoothly. Beautifully done by this firm. The noise, the mess, all kept very low. Completed literally in a couple days. They will come back at the end of these projects and do the striping. That's not yet completed. And Kim is correcting me. It starts tomorrow at 5 p.m., not 5:30.
Legal update?
Thank you, Mayor. No separate update. There's a bunch of different legal issues we're going to be talking about all night. So I'll kind of include my update as part of those.
Okay, moving on to public hearings. The public will have an opportunity to address the Board of Trustees because this is a public hearing. Could you read the ordinance, Madam Clerk?
Yes, this is the second reading, a public hearing of ordinance 1082, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending section 6-6-70 of the Lyons Municipal Code for the purpose of requiring waste haulers to report annual data to the Boulder County Resource Conservation Division by January 31st each year via Boulder County's ReTrack software or other software designated by Boulder County.
Could we have a staff report, please?
This is Garrett McDaniel, Sustainability Coordinator. I was just prepared to answer any questions, but as far as my report, this really is to make it easier for waste haulers to report their waste data to the county, and it will help me get that information from the waste haulers. Currently, they have to send a paper hard copy, mail it to the town. This will automate the process so that they're reporting it to the county, and then the county can give it to me. It just streamlines it for both parties.
Thank you. So do we, yes, Trustee Lowell.
Yes, I wanted to ask Garrett. Garrett, I noted in the, you got responses from One Way and Western on the retrack requirements. Did you contact United Waste on this?
I did not contact United Waste.
Is that because they take their refuse to the Larimer landfill up in Fort Collins?
To be honest, I'm not sure where they take their materials.
No, I know they do because I'm a customer of theirs. So basically, there's quite a few people, at least here in LVP, who use United Waste. So we're not going to be able to capture that that measurement, right?
Yeah, and Dan's on the call too. So I guess I didn't realize that there's a significant portion of residents utilizing those services. If they're not taking it to Boulder County, then we can still keep on the sort of manual process we currently have, which would just having me contact those haulers and getting that, that information from them.
Okay, I would encourage that because otherwise our figures are going to be a little bit skewed. They're up in Berthoud. It's United Waste, so you can just give them a call, explain the situation.
Great, thanks, Greg.
Trustee Wong.
No, I'm fine. I had a question, but I've answered it.
Okay, any other discussion by the board? I'll open the public hearing. If there's anybody in the public that wishes to speak, please state your name and address for the record. Dan Match.
Hello, thank you, Mayor. My name's Dan Mage. I live at 219 Park. I am the chair of the Sustainable Futures Commission. I also represent the town to the Boulder County Resource Conservation Advisory Board. To answer Trustee Lowell's question, I believe the proposal is to embed retrack reporting into the municipal haulers ordinance that it requires any hauler who is operating in Lyons, regardless of where their destination is, to first register themselves, get a permit to haul in the county in Lyons, and then so what this will do is then require that they use the retrack reporting software. This is something that's not limited to local use. It's something that's recommended by the EPA, and it's simply it's a standardized reporting method. It's also used by facilities. I operate EcoCycle's Center for Hard Recycled Materials, and I report on how much was brought to that facility from each municipality in the county. So it's simply a good means of standardizing data collection and being able to share diversion information around the county.
Thank you. Excuse me for mispronouncing your name, sir. It won't happen again. Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees on this issue? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And if there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion. Trustee Waugh,
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 1082 for the reporting of waste hauling, reporting by waste haulers in the town of Lyons.
do I have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
and Trustee Caravas.
Aye.
Passes unanimously 7-0. Moving on to the second reading of ordinance 1083 is also a public hearing. We cannot change the wording of this particular ordinance, nor would we. We're not allowed to, since it's a referendum item. But the public will be allowed to comment on this. Could we have staff background on this?
Sure, I'd be happy to go unless Brandon, Attorney Dittman, has anything he'd like to add first.
I can just kind of echo the statements the mayor just made. This is a citizen referred ordinance. So the option to the board tonight is either to one, pass it as is with no language changes, or to two, refer to an election. Those are really the two options before the board tonight. We can't really do anything else under the Colorado laws concerning these issues. So just keep that in mind as we move forward throughout the night.
This is Dave Cosgrove, Parks and Public Works Director for the Town of Lyons. Good evening, Mayor and Trustees.
Good evening.
I have included some background information in hopes to just let you know a little bit about the current integrated weed management plan, as it is titled, for the town and the process that was gone through. I realized that there have been some comments in regard to that process, specifically about the now SoSwap group and its interaction with the ecology board in particular, and it's commenting on the current plan. But the plan is there for your review, and it does mimic what's called an integrated pest management plan, which does mimic very much what Boulder County Parks and Open Space uses and the city of Boulder uses at this time. I also included chapter 7, article 5 of the Lyons Municipal Code, which deals with noxious weed management and weed management in general for the town of Lyons. One of the highlights, or one of the additions to the plan, which was passed in 2019, the integrated plan, was an attachment that town staff tried to work with both the Board of Trustees at that time and the Parks and Rec Commission and Ecology Board to include some additional elements to some changes to practices, which included the exclusion of glyphosate-based products, also indicating some pilot lands where we would exclude altogether the use of any herbicides or pesticides, and then also stepping up the town staff's natural lawn care practices in all turf areas to better include more increased aeration, top dressing, overseeding, implementing different mowing heights to better address weeds, and then also changing our irrigation practices. And since this time we have put those things into practice, although that attachment does have date-specific information on it for 2019, we continue to have those practices in place at this time in those areas. Included in this memo also the current areas that we have applied pre-emergence, and I included the listing of those products through Organolawn. And they're basically the rock landscaped areas on McConnell and 2nd Avenue, the Main Street area from the 400 block out to the Black Bear Hole, and the perimeter of Sandstone Park where it is rocked. We also do some application in the Stone Canyon Trail area, as we have often had the HOA up there ask us to address and maintain that area pretty regularly. I gave you the cost there. It cost us about $1,650 to do those areas, which tend to be areas in town that require a considerable amount of hand pulling if we don't address them. As far as any other services, we haven't performed any other than those that are still in the restorative process due to flood recovery and are being addressed by contractors. We have worked with all these contractors that are still performing this work to get them this plan and have asked them to submit any use of any product, and they are doing that, and we have rejected several. Several that contain 2,4-D or we feel are not good in the areas that they're using them. We also ask them to use weed-specific products should they use it, and not broadcast spray. Ultimately, though, we are trying to work within the plan and have them include more mechanical methods, mowing more frequently, mowing at the right time of year to help prevent the spread of weeds, hand pulling, weed eating, those sorts of things. So staff is trying to implement better practices in relation to the plan and just reduce overall use of products. We have been doing our best to post both on the website and send e-blasts, and I gave you some examples of those, and continue to work with various groups on weed pulling efforts and programs, and working with the Ecology Board on educational practices for the community. So I've included some of those examples as well for you to look at. And I think that pretty well covers it. We have not had time to fully vet the listing through the U.S. Department of Agriculture. We do have some concerns when we talk to some of these organic turf management companies that some of these products may not mesh with turf management necessarily. And overall, we would need to look at that and feel that going from the way we do things now is certainly possible. It may have some initial increased costs, but we haven't had time to fully look at that. Our initial look at costs when we were doing turf management with just regular over-the-counter products cost us somewhere in the neighborhood of $6,000 to $10,000 when we included turf management. And the initial estimates that we received from Organolawn, who we were working with out of Boulder, looked that the application rates would increase from a one-time to about a 3-time seasonal, and that looked to initially double those costs.
David, in regard to that $1,650 cost on the way to the Black Bear Hole and Stone Canyon, and how many times do you apply to those areas at that $1,650 cost?
It's a one-time seasonal application in, we try to get it done in February, March, if possible. That's really when it needs to go down. This year it was later.
Okay. Any other questions for David? Trustee Lowell.
Yeah, Dave, so if I'm hearing you correctly, you haven't fully vetted this list, which is specified in the ordinance and which you'll have to live by if it's passed. I find the list very confusing. I'm not sure why a list was referenced that talks about organic food production, both animals and plant. But so just to reiterate, you have not fully vetted the list of chemicals that are in there?
We have begun discussions and of course looked at it, and some of the initial comments are basically centered around what you are finding as confusing, that it seems to be more of an ag-based list instead of what we would be using for land management or turf management.
I find it particularly interesting that I recall last year when we were talking about the algae problem in the new River Park ponds, that there was sort of a protest about using any sort of chemicals in the ponds to control the algae. Yet if I look at that list, I see that copper sulfate is an approved substance that can be used as an algicide. I'm a little confused.
Any other questions for Dave? Trustee Rogan.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Dave. So I have a couple questions for you. And here's the easiest one first, I think. Who makes the decision about what goes on the property at Lyons Elementary School? Is it the school district or is it you, the town?
The St. Vrain Valley School District has a weed management plan.
Okay, thank you.
Or policy, rather.
Okay. So my two questions remaining. First is, how long do you think it would take you to vet the USDA list? You said you haven't had a chance to do it yet. And then I'd also like some clarity. You said that you're doing your best to notice when something is applied somewhere. Can you talk a little bit about what that means and maybe provide an example of two of when you have not been able to notice?
Yes, so the plan requires at least a 48-hour notice, and so what we first do is post it with the town's signs, and those signs indicate the date, the time, the area, and if we're contracting, who the contractor would be. We also e-blast, and I put an example of that e-blast or the most recent e-blast in the memo. Where we have had issue, I also tried to explain the best in the memo, is when early on 2017, 2018, we were working with these flood recovery contractors who were also in their contract stipulated to take care of warranty and maintenance regarding landscape, and they would not contact us to let us know when that would be taking place. And so we would not have the ample time to notify the public.
Any other questions for Director Cosgrove? If not, whoops, I got knocked off. Wait a second.
I guess I didn't, Trustee Rogan, I didn't answer the other part of your question. We have reached out directly to several communities that are going through this process right now or have gone through this process. A couple of those include Durango. Louisville is now working through this from what I understand. I have not heard back from those directors, but I did ask them about the process, what lists they use, if it had any implications budget-wise, all the questions I'm sure we're interested in here. And I've also reached out directly to a couple organic lawn companies asking them to take a look at the list and how how effectively they would be able to implement something like that. Or do the products that they use now fall under that list, or are they certified organically? And what does that process take? And initially, what they have had the same comments without having fully looked at the list themselves also. But it does take a process, even for an organic lawn company, to have their products, which are often mixed in-house, whether it be corn gluten and another product, or an organic weed application. They have to have those certified as well. And so that's kind of where I am right now.
So I hit the gavel so hard it disconnected me.
We can see you. Are you
Well, I'm
all
back.
okay? Okay.
No, I'm back. I tried to open the public hearing, but I'll do it after this question. So we talk about costs and additional costs. What I would like to know, and you saying that it takes 3 applications of organics to do the job of 1 application of what we're using, perhaps. And so, are you telling me that that's an additional $10,000?
That was what has been recommended to me. It doesn't mean that that's what we would necessarily have to do. And again, that was an initial recommendation to make the shift from current practice to all organic practice, along with several other recommendations, changing watering, some of these other things. We've already, again, natural lawn care practices, we've already started to implement some of those things in-house. We did significant aeration and top dressing and overseeding in Laverne Johnson Park this spring with our staff. And that came with some additional costs too. Yes, what I did was get an estimate from Organolawn for turf management and maintenance of our major park areas for Laverne Johnson Park, Sandstone Park, and the multi-purpose field at Bone Park. And from the costs that were in the neighborhood of around $9,000 in 2018, the estimate that I received for the same type of services was in the neighborhood of about $16,000 to $24,000.
Okay. And the other question I need to ask, because it also has implications, is it your opinion that we would risk clawbacks by not abiding by a standard that FEMA has put on us regarding the parks and the grants that we received by using organic applications?
I would have to probably look at the contracts a little deeper and talk to the grants team, including Tracy. What they basically say is that we have to follow the warranty and the maintenance period. So they require a certain establishment of seed in seeded areas and a certain adherence to percentage of plants to survive. And I don't know what it states in regard to practice.
Do you know what it states in regard to weeds?
I do not. I know that different projects are different. So for some of the river rehabilitation or restoration projects, they do get specific with the maintenance and care or mitigation of weeds. I do not believe any other than perhaps the Lions Valley River Park project, the pond project, because it had specific wetland delineations. The Army Corps 404 permit. That one may have some specific language in regard to weed mitigation.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Director Cosgrove? If not, then I will open the public hearing. And
Mayor Angelo, may I instruct people on how to make themselves known?
Oh, yes,
They
you
would
may.
like to speak, because I see several people have joined. So if you'd like to speak, you can do what Tess there is doing and raise your hand on the video. You can also send a chat message and we'll try to keep looking at those. And then you can use the raise hand function and the participants window. And if Mayor Angelo, if you don't see somebody and I do, I'll just pipe up.
You better. Thank you. Who would like to speak? Tess McDonald, please state your name and address for the record.
Tess McDonald, 376 JJ Kelly Road. Thank you for this time. I wasn't aware that we would have this time, so I'm very grateful. I have a couple questions. Do I have a limited time to talk, and can I ask Dave questions directly?
You don't necessarily have a limited amount
Unlimited, yeah.
to talk, but we normally don't answer questions in regard to public comment. However, through your statements, we have another opportunity to address Director Cosgrove. So we may be able to, as a Board of Trustees, ask questions on your behalf and get the answers that you were searching for on your behalf.
Okay, understood. So it is my understanding that the town spent $8,100 on chemicals alone in 2018. It is also my understanding that the FEMA clawback has expired for Laverne Johnson Park, and it was supposed to expire for Bone Park in 2019. Now, obviously, Bone Phase 2, since they had a clawback on something arbitrary, that they also could have a clawback. But it is my understanding that nowhere in it does it say you have to use chemicals. Okay, so that was my understanding, what I was told 2 years ago. So I also wanted to, hopefully everyone, I would have liked to present, but we'll stay in the present. However, I need to clarify that the 2-year process, SOSWAP, the Ecology Board, and the town has had, we communicated with the town, it doesn't matter, but all the compromises were not met. And as Dave said, the lawns in Laverne were something that is obvious he's been going more organic. So, but therefore we do need more enforcement, and clarity is needed to ensure safety and health. Hopefully you all received my cost savings analysis. And I would just like to say in that first sentence, I do get a lot from people that I didn't know lions sprayed. And I want to clarify that I also think the mayor was probably speaking off the cuff. And I apologize for taking those sentiments literally, but that is the sentiment that I receive from town residents. I sent an email to Dave, Victoria, and the mayor about Coco, and she clarified in her email that she is still regaining her health. She supports my cost analysis, and she would like to address hardscapes and edges near damaged soil will look worse than hardscapes near healthy soil where succession has not taken hold yet. Plus, more people would volunteer, like at the botanical gardens, if we were organic, she pointed out. And the guide that SOSOP has been working on for almost 2 years will be available when our SOSWAP chair has regained her health and we can meet on Zoom again. This is an important vote, and there's a message in all that's happening right now, and it's important to get the message from all that we're meeting on Zoom. And the most common comment is, you're on mute. I feel like that's all I hear these days. You're on mute, you're on mute. But I will now share the speech that I prepared because I did think I was gonna present at the beginning. So by approving Organic Lions Ordinance 1083, you're supporting a health niche that is very desirable today, especially to those with compromised immune systems. No one should have to stay away because of spray, not on public properties. All of Lion's properties are considered condensed, high traffic areas where the needs of people, wildlife, and aquatic life need our consideration. We are not even close to the scale of Boulder County open space. Why do we manage like them? Using integrated pest management literally means pesticides as a last resort, excuse me. Parks and Rec doesn't use IPM. In 2019, Parks and Rec rewrote the town weed plan, but left out pesticides as a last resort and won't agree to log the applications being made. They gave us test areas for the soil, that's what Dave was speaking about, to rebound, but they sprayed anyway, mainly in Laverne Johnson Park. I don't know all the other spots, but that was supposed to be pesticide free, but the tent pads and picnic tables where people sleep and eat were sprayed and continue to be sprayed this year as well. Parks and Rec said they would refrain from glyphosate for at least a year, but they sprayed 2,4-D, arguably much worse, on bone. To say we don't have the money or manpower is a simple misconception because Park and Rec models its land management after Rocky Mountain National Park. The scale doesn't add up. The Park Service manages millions of acres. We manage 156 acres. I gave the board a cost savings analysis, saving us money in year one on mulch beds, open space, lawns, and meadows. The largest cost estimate was for organic turf management, but after 5 years, it will be 25% cheaper than conventional after you've rebuilt soil health. So you need a lot of inputs because of the pesticide damage. The city of Boulder manages its ball fields this way and wins awards. Has Lions ever won an award for its ball fields? It's all in the fertilizer. Also, visitors will be inspired to come to our events, support our businesses, move to our neighborhoods if they can be free from worry with this ordinance. Remember, the Chamber of Commerce wants spraying to stop. Business owners should not need to put their hands in chemically dead soil. In fact, it was the business community and the mothers who supported the collection of these signatures for this petition. The signers understand that it is our right to not be exposed without our consent. Again, we cannot ban chemicals. That's why we use this list. We cannot ban them because we would be sued by the chemical companies. So even putting in that we're going to refrain from using glyphosate could be a liability. Okay, so, and also we would constantly have to update the code. Okay, so that is why we are using the USDA list of organics. We thought the other list we could use is OMRI, but no one's heard of that. So the ordinance does not, I repeat, does not swap hand pulling weeds instead of spraying. The longer you wait to start real IPM, the longer you wait to save. The more outside inputs you desire, the less inputs you have to recycle back into the system. It's simple economics. You create a local system that's self-sustaining, not dependent on outputs like chemicals. Bearing ground is a weed magnet. Those McConnell rock beds are hotbeds for weeds and the most unsustainable use of time and money. Why pay chemical companies more and more each year and sacrifice the health of our beautiful ecosystem when you don't have to? In fact, we sprayed on March 26th during our shelter in place on McConnell and Main Street. That is a threat to our immune systems. It's easy to join the thousands of towns around the country, the dozens of countries around the world, but let's match our scale to local examples like CU Boulder, Boulder Community Hospitals, the City of Boulder, and the City of Louisville. Please create this niche with me and continue to nurture this beautiful, eclectic town we love. Have the courage to vote yes for this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any, Kaya Cochran, state your name and address for the record, please?
Okay, thanks. My name is Kaya Cochran, and I live at 824 Fifth Avenue in Lyons. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. We were unclear about if we would be able to, so it's helpful. I'm just going to speak to my own personal experience because that's what I have. So I am one of the supporters of this ordinance, and it's my belief, and my belief is also backed up by science, that the chemicals that the town of Lyons has been spraying in our parks and near our waterways since the flood are carcinogenic, neurotoxins, and endocrine disruptors. That means they affect everyone with a nervous system and every species. The information is out there, the research is there, it's scientifically proven if you look beyond the chemical companies' output of information. The use of these types of toxic chemicals in parks and public spaces, and it is a public health and safety concern. Our ordinance supports the town's economy because that's something that we are very sensitive to right now in this climate, especially with COVID, that economy is something that we need to be mindful of. So our ordinance is supportive in that the strategies, management plans, and solutions for weed management will save the town money in the long term. And in the short term, adopting Ordinance 1083 will save Lyons the expense of orchestrating a special election. I don't know if the board is aware, but there is and I'm just understanding it myself, but there is a specific timeline for this specific ordinance, and October is that deadline date. So if this doesn't pass this evening, it will go to a special election. And so what we're trying to do is avoid that cost for the town, as well as long-term expenses. It's my understanding, based on the research that we've done, that if town continues to spray and utilize the management plan that it has, it will, over the long term, be more expensive. Our ordinance also supports the ecosystems and native species of flora and fauna that we've been working so hard to replant and reestablish and rebuild since the flood. Continuing to spray pesticides in our parks and near our waterways will eventually create a huge health crisis for our town and the people that visit, which then negatively impacts our economy, our tourism, as well as the native species that reside here. On a personal level, as an avid nature lover, outdoors enthusiast, and a resident of this town, a homeowner, I frequent our parks and rivers. I love going. It's part of why I chose to buy in Lyons. It was a great surprise to me to find that town is spraying in the parks. Part of the reason why I chose to live here is because of the eclectic variety of alternative culture that is here, including what I thought was a safe environment for me personally. So piggybacking on that with my own personal experience, I was also very hugely surprised to find that as a healthcare practitioner and as a very healthy human being, I was diagnosed with cancer in 2014. And then again in 2018, it has spread to my bones. I was given 3 years to live 2 years ago. So it's very concerning to me that town is spraying carcinogens and neurotoxins that contribute to cancer development and growth. It's a personal experience. And I just want to implore everyone that there are studies out there. One of them specifically that I can reference in this moment is a study that was done and I'll just reference my notes here just so I can be as eloquent as possible, but a recent study completed in February 2019 by the University of Washington, which was a review of existing literature. That's an important point. Regarding the use of glyphosate, states that the use of glyphosate increases the rate for occurrence of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, a type of cancer, by 41%. That's existing literature. And so what's happening is that the chemical companies are doing their own research And then if they find that that research is not conclusive with their economic agenda, they suppress the research. And so this new study, it's new, but it's existing literature. Basically, they're reviewing the information that's already been out presented. And so 41% to me is concerning. So I'm speaking for the populations of people that are canaries in the coal mines, so to speak, those who are immunocompromised, sensitive, and or genetically predisposed to disease when these types of chemicals that the town has been spraying are applied. I also speak for the native species of flora, fauna, and wildlife that will perish if pesticides and toxins are continually sprayed. The immunocompromised, elderly, pregnant women, children, and pets are all populations whose health will be compromised if town continues to spray. Thinking of ourselves and our generation and community, but also of the generations that will live with the decisions we make now. We are not separate from our environments. We actually need pollinators. And if we continue to use these applications of the chemicals that the town has been using, our pollinator population will decrease. And then it's a cataclysmic domino effect. And these things take time, right? So we're not going to see it in 5 years. We may not see it in 10 years, but in 30 years, Lyons will not be the beautiful natural surroundings that it is if we continue to use these applications. So I just implore you to think not only of ourselves and our generation and community, but of the generations that will need to live with these decisions. And I feel on a personal level that we have a responsibility as residents of Colorado who, our water source, we are water source for a large population of the western part of our country. So at least where I sit, we have a responsibility to not just ourselves and our community, but to the larger spectrum of everyone that will be affected by our decisions. Our responsibility is to stop polluting the water and stop compromising our health. I implore you to carefully consider the ecosystems we've put a great deal of time and resource into rebuilding post-flood, as well as the health of our community by adopting our ordinance. And just a reminder that the Chamber of Commerce is supportive of this, and many concerned residents are also in support. Thank you so much for your time and also for your careful consideration.
Thank you. Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
Mayor, we have Tracy Holderman raising her hand and Ian Brighton with a hand up.
Let me balance this a little bit because I know it will be a balance, and recognize Ian Brighton. Your name and address for the record, sir.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Ian Brighton at 322 Evans. First off, I just want to say that the people on the other side of this are friends of mine, and it's very moving to hear these stories, and it gives me no pleasure at all to be speaking against this ordinance. I want to say that there's no question in my mind that organic is better. I absolutely believe in organic. I practice it at my own house, but I have a background in natural resource management. I've been doing it since I was 14 years old, working for the city of Boulder as a little junior ranger, and I've been pulling weeds for a long time. And my question isn't, is organic better? Is it feasible at the scale that we have to manage our acreage here in the town of Lyons? And it's also a question about the risks involved with using some of these herbicides. The town doesn't use glyphosate. They use indaziflam and arazolan, which do have risks, but I've researched those risks and believe that they are within the realm of acceptability, given that they do effectively manage invasive weeds. And that's another key word, is effectiveness. I absolutely believe in organic again, but unless you have a small army of volunteers, and we have an incredible volunteer group here in Lyons, we're very lucky, but we need many more of them to pull this off. And maybe that would happen, and that would be amazing, and I'd be all for it. But I'm a little bit of a realist in this debate, and that's why I land on the side of emphasizing IPM and invasive pest management, which recognizes that organic is the best way, and herbicides and pesticides should only be used as a last resort. And that's what I'm saying we should be doing as a town, and I believe that's what we are doing as a town. I did some research on the city of Durango, and about, I think it was 2012 or 13, they implemented an organic pilot program. And again, that's what we've tried to do here as well. And just last year, they had to pull some of their parks out of the pilot program because the health of the soil was starting to suffer, mainly because they don't have the right amount of clover. It's very difficult to pull these off and not damage turf. That's part of the issue. Is we're not talking about riparian habitat here. We're talking about heavily trafficked turf areas, which come with their own issues of needing more water and more inputs in terms of fertilizers and those types of things. Again, if we can do the most organic we can to ensure that those are successful, that's great. But if we're not being successful and they become barren fields because we're not able to use a synthetic fertilizer, for instance, that's just going to become a haven for invasive weeds. Invasives are cropping up in some of our pilot areas. I noticed that Laverne Johnson Park, there's Canadian thistle is coming up in Mullen. I know we've had some diffuse knapweed issues. Canadian thistle, 75% of that plant can live underground. So you can hand pull it all day long, but you might not be effectively addressing it. And that's what we're talking about here. So I wholeheartedly agree with folks who are talking about protecting our flora and fauna. That's what it's all about for me. And it is about expanding our view of not just people, but deer and songbirds and the fish and butterflies. All of those things require healthy ecosystems. And I believe that these, not only believe, but science backs me up, is that these invasives can take over these areas, and literally our native animals can starve to death out there if cheatgrass takes over our native meadows. So again, it does not give me any pleasure to speak out against this and I absolutely respect the passion that's been shown on the other side. I commend them for all they've done to move the town as far as they have in a very short amount of time to a more organic approach, but I believe this ordinance just goes too far. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who is the other person, Trustee Rogan?
We have Tracy Holderman and then Bob Breckenridge.
Tracy Holderman, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Tracy Holderman here. My address is 435 Vasquez Court in Lyons. I wanted to just clarify that the Chamber of Commerce here in town does not exactly want the ordinance, but they want the spraying to stop. So I think there's a little bit of maybe a misrepresentation there that I wanted to just say right out of the gates. And then to speak to the organolawn servicing that we have been employing in town, I would just urge all of us to be very scrutinizing of the list of ingredients that they use, the chemicals that they use, and not just take the organic label. I fear that it's a greenwashing, and I just want to make sure that whatever that they are spraying is accounted for, that we know how much is being sprayed and we know where and when and what it is, so we can make a decision about how we manage we manage our public spaces, our public lands. So I will just say that in regards to Ordinance 1083, it's been my pleasure to live here and become a resident of Lyons and to feel this community in the short 3 years that I've been here. It's a one-of-a-kind place. And in becoming involved with the issue of what is being sprayed that perhaps people don't know about, that is, I will echo everybody else's statements, that is a very common conversation that I've had with people. But that we, I just lost my train of thought. I'll just start to read my my prepared statement. So I think I was going to say that it's been a learning curve. That's exactly, I'm back. It's been a learning curve to get my head around. I don't believe in spraying the environment and our waterways and our parks and public spaces with toxins. But there's a solution, and it does take, it takes pause. You have to pause and you have to have conversations with people. And there are examples of this happening. And as I think Tess and both Kaya said, they're happening right down the road from us. So we're very lucky to be able to resource from such a close distance their example. So I would like to again ask the board to vote your conscience and speak out against the spraying of these neurotoxic pesticides in our parks and public spaces. Some of these chemicals drift after being sprayed, or they sink down and poison our waterways and ultimately compromise our health. You, me, your child, your dog, our wildlife. A group of concerned citizens has been working steadily for the past couple of years to create a safe, organic, sustainable weed management program. It would be wise to consider the solid solutions presented by this group as an alternative to the first response spraying practices our town currently employs. Instead of spraying, we need to rebuild the soil. So we need to think below the surface and metaphorically with each other and quite literally with the health of our soil and what is produced by what we spray on top of it. We need to continue to create community outreach and headlines in a direction that we can feel proud of. Truly proud of this land that we stand on and the waterways that bring us life. If we don't do it now, when are we going to do it? We have 150 plus acres of public land here. We are a perfect sized town to enact healthy change for generations to come. And I understand that this is a different way of thinking. It takes some education and collaboration, but it's the way our near ancestors worked the land before the manufacturing of synthetic pesticides all the way back in the 1940s. And if you think that we can't afford this option, it is possible to spend the same budget or less and to be able to safely enjoy and share our public spaces with the use of organic herbicide options, succession models of permaculture, and volunteer hand weeding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Robert Brackenridge, state your name and address for the record, please.
Lyons, can you hear me?
We can now, sir.
Okay. I want to applaud Dave Cosgrove's efforts he just described. Thanks. Thank you very
Name
much.
and address, please. We didn't get that for the record.
Yeah, you cut out, Robert. Could we have your name and address for the record, please?
Certainly. Bob Breckenridge, 107 Bone Court, Lyons. I just want to thank Dave Cosgrove for the efforts he just described. Thanks very much to all who care enough about this issue to join in this discussion, this meeting. Thanks to the board for their attention to this matter among the very many other matters that I know you're dealing with. A couple quick notes regarding the list. It's a comprehensive list. Thousands of substances are allowed, including fertilizers and herbicides. They're all organic substances. It's updated frequently as new organic control chemicals and methods become available. What is absent from the list are the synthetic herbicides and pesticides, which are, of course, not allowed for use in organic farming. Organic farming is a $45 billion per year industry. It's been growing by leaps and bounds. Their weeds are invasive too. They manage without the synthetic chemicals because they know their customers don't want those substances in their food, even trace amounts. We are all learning now to manage under new circumstances. I think our town is up to a few changes. Ironically, as I think Tracy just mentioned, some of these will be to change back to the way things were done previously. A lot of people feel that these highly toxic synthetic chemicals should not be used in public areas where the public has very little control over their exposure. Their choice is to stay out, basically. The petition ordinance would not allow them to be used in the public areas. Boulder City, despite what Mr. Cosgrove stated, does not allow such use either in their parks. Boulder City also regulates even private use. Their IPM, which you have in your board packet and was part of the model that the SOSWAP group used when they started their work, it's quite more restrictive than Boulder County's plan. Take a look at it. In Durango, not even non-organic fertilizers are allowed, in their parks. The petition Lyons ordinance does not apply to those, but only to herbicides, substances used for weed control. So Ian Brighton's comments he has a slight misunderstanding in this regard. This ordinance is not a giant step. It is less than what other towns have accomplished. It's still a good step forward. Generic substances such as corn gluten for pre-emergent use, they're widely used in organic weed control. They're already listed. There are many organic control substances available and listed. The organic farming industry could not manage unless they had recourse to a number of these substances. As you know, the safety of the chemicals that are being used are undergoing reevaluation in real time. Just a few weeks ago, Bayer agreed to a settlement at which they will remove the language on the glyphosate products they produce. These labels have stated for, I think, almost a generation now, that glyphosate does not affect animal enzymes. It turns out it does. The settlement is only $39 million. It pays to have good lawyers. About your, excuse me, about your decision on the petition ordinance. You do have a third option instead of yes or no. I hope that this board can do what previous boards have sometimes done when confronted with a petitioned ordinance. Reach out to the two petition sponsors who are representing over 100 of our residents. Perhaps do this through the Ecology Advisory Board, whose job it is to write the town's weed management plan. That's their job. Ask a town representative, whoever it is, perhaps the mayor, to communicate to the sponsors. If the board, if the majority doesn't like this ordinance, if that's the case, you do have a third option. You could say to the sponsors, there are two sponsors, we don't like the ordinance as is, but we understand your concerns. Can we come to some agreement, one that addresses your concerns and which staff, EAB, etc., can also sign on to, and which would allow you to withdraw the petition. I know from personal experience this is possible and it has been done. I think a revised weed management plan that all parties can sign off on would be a good outcome. I think a consensus is possible. We worked with other town staff.
Mr. Brackenridge, I believe we've lost you.
How far ago did you lose me?
We can't hear you, Robert.
Hello?
Robert, we still can't hear you.
I can't hear anything.
Let's move forward. Is there anybody else that wishes to address the Board of Trustees?
No, I'm getting a recording of it.
Do you see anybody, Trustee Rogan?
Mayor Angelo, Mr. Brackenridge did send over an email that I forwarded to the
Oh,
board.
good. Can you hear me now?
Oh,
Yes.
there he is.
Yes,
Yeah.
if you could.
I can't hear you.
If you could wrap it up, that'd be great.
If you can hear me now, I will proceed and finish.
Okay.
I'm almost done.
Okay. You cut out again, Robert.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
No, you're cutting out.
Oh, now, okay, I'm on.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I think I need to finish quickly here.
Yes.
Where was I? I don't know when I cut out.
You were at basically withdrawing the board's option of an alternative.
Thank you, sir. That's my suggestion, and it's a very brief. You know, it's my input here is very simple. It's if the board is not willing to even reach out to the two sponsors, but simply votes down the ordinance, I think you're skipping an important step and perhaps needlessly taking on the cost of a special election. I don't know the two sponsors very well, but they're pretty reasonable people. I think they are representing, however, over 100 town residents. They would have to carefully think about their responsibilities to the people who signed their petition. But I think there is a third way, and I do believe a consensus is possible. That's what the SOSWAP group, that's what we were always aiming for when we were working on the weed management plan. And that's what the EAB was seeking too. So I would urge you, just give it one more last try to come to a consensus of the new weed management plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor? Oh, excuse me.
Yes, Mayor.
No. I have to ask if there's anybody else that wishes to address the Board of Trustees. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Counselor, is that third option a possibility? I was under the understanding that we had to either vote yes or no.
Tonight, Mayor Angelo, that is the only option. If the sponsors wish to withdraw their petition, they could certainly do so. But tonight, the option for the board is a yes or no vote. You know, if in the future the town were to do something that would cause the sponsors to withdraw their vote, that's certainly their option to do so.
Okay.
And I believe that some attempted at compromise have been made in the past, but I was not privy to those conversations, so I can't say.
Okay.
However, they could withdraw in the future if they so wished.
Thank you. Trustee Lowell, since you were on the ecology board, could I get your personal input on this issue, please?
Mayor Angela, if I may, not to interrupt, but I think it'd be proper to have a motion and a second and then probably discussion.
Right. That's right. Excuse me. I'll entertain a motion on Ordinance 1083. Trustee Rogan?
I'll move to approve Ordinance 1083, Initiative Petition Ordinance of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, adding a new section to Chapter 7, Article 5, Noxious Weed Management of the Lyons Municipal Code.
Do I have a second? The mayor normally does not second motions, but in this particular case, with the feedback that I've heard from our constituents and the fact that this could be an election, I will certainly second the motion. Now we can have discussion. Trustee Lowell, I would like you to lead off since you were on the ecology board and probably have more background on this than anybody else.
Yeah, we began discussions with the so-called SOSWAP group, Sustainable Overlay Structures. I'm not sure what the rest of it counts, what it stands for. We probably had 2 years of discussion on weed management. I will tell you that my role was somewhat minor in that. I would have to go back and consult my notes to see exactly what the consensus of the ecology board was on that. We did go forward and have discussions with staff. We came up with the integrated weed management policy that the town has now. That's about all the background. I don't want to misinform anybody on this except to say that the ecology board did have a role in it. And they did work with the SOSWAP group.
But you do have knowledge about how long this issue has been before the ecology board?
Yes, I would. It's been at least 2 years.
Okay. Any other comments? Discussion? Go ahead, sir.
The one fact here, the one salient fact that I think is missing is if this is voted down tonight by the board and goes to a special election, if the sponsors choose not to withdraw their petition, do we have a dollar figure for what a special election would cost us?
Administrator Simonson?
We do. Oh, and Dolores is, the town clerk's unmuted now too. In our budgets, we have to budget $5,000 per election.
And just a little background, this last election in April, it was just over $4,000 it cost us, and I still have one invoice outstanding I need from Boulder County that we had to swap out the lock box on their box that they allowed us to use. So that's what that ran us. I did run this because I had spoken with Kaya and Tracy, and they were amenable to having this on the November ballot, coordinating with Boulder County. And I reached out to Boulder County to see if they had costs on what that would look like for the town. And from what I've heard back from them, they are trying to draft a new policy with all this COVID issues coming up. So as soon as they had a cost analysis for me, they would provide that to the town. So I don't have anything on what that would look like with Boulder County now.
But do we assume that it would be less?
I would assume so. We wouldn't have to order the envelopes, the ballots, hire the judges, all of that stuff.
Okay. Okay. Any other discussion? Yes, Trustee Wah.
Yeah, hi. I just had a couple of comments before we vote on this from my personal standpoint. I think, I think personally this goes a little bit too broad, but I think more importantly, it outlines the fact that we have a tremendous amount of property in this town that the town is responsible for, with little to no structure or infrastructure creating weed problems like this. And I just want to point out that for a town our size, we have a tremendous, almost 3x the amount of open space and town property. And I think this is just another example of something that costs a little bit multiplied by a problem that is exaggerated by us having way too much land that we're responsible for. So I'll just get my plug in there for we have too much land that we're responsible for, and these are assets that the town should leverage. Regardless of how we're going to maintain the weeds on those, the town has too much land. And I believe that, as was stated by several, that this list from the USDA is meant for organic farming, not for the maintenance of parks and related things. So I just wanted to go on record as saying those two things.
Trustee Browning, Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, I'm opposed to this ordinance. In short, it goes too far and it costs too much. The town integrated weed management policy has been moving the town in the direction of reducing synthetic herbicide use over time. Though in my opinion, that policy still needs some further revision. There are parts of that policy I support. I support chemical-free pilot areas maintained with volunteer help. I support properly informing the public of where and when herbicides are used so that those who choose to do so can avoid using those areas. But those types of efforts are not enough for some people who want to take the extreme step of totally banning synthetic herbicide use, even in areas like streets and sidewalks and right-of-ways. The Parks Commission and the town staff have provided information that suggests this ordinance will cause problems for the town. It will greatly increase costs at a time of budget crisis. There are also valid environmental reasons for opposing this ordinance, and that is to reduce the risk of invasive weeds damaging the native flora in this area. So that's where I come out for all of those reasons. This goes too far and it costs too much. Those are reasons enough to vote no. And I should probably stop there. But there's an old saying that fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Well, I'm no angel. Some may think I'm a fool, but my conscience tells me that I must oppose this ordinance for another reason. And what is that? That reason is because science is real. We see that phrase on yard signs all over town and all over the country, as a matter of fact, and I strongly agree with it. I base my decision on science, and I disagree with several comments that have been made about the scientific studies of synthetic herbicides. The overwhelming majority of scientific research supports the conclusion that some synthetic herbicides, properly applied, are not dangerous to humans, not carcinogenic. Studies by environmental protection agencies in the United States, Europe, Australia, Japan, and Germany, among others, have come to that conclusion after reviewing the most widely cited IARC monograph in this area. Science is important to me. I'm aware of several examples of areas where science has been the majority opinion of scientists has been not followed. I come from Texas. There, for many, many years, the religious right has supported the teaching of creationism in public schools as opposed to evolution. They can find people that call themselves scientists to support the teaching of creationism. But I disagree and strongly oppose that because I believe science is real and I believe that evolution is a well-established scientific theory. There are those in government and elsewhere these days who deny the existence of global warming. Yet and you can find scientists who will argue with you that global warming is not real. I think the overwhelming majority of scientific evidence shows that global warming is real. And because I believe science is real, I don't care for the global warming deniers. Finally, the situation we're in right now, the current pandemic, shows the dangers that the current administration in Washington has put this country in by devaluing science. Scientists have warned for years. The great consensus of scientists said we are at big risk economic and health-wise from a pandemic, and those scientific warnings were ignored. Science is real and we should have paid attention to them. If I oppose teaching creationism in schools, criticize climate change deniers, and blame the Trump administration for devaluing science, I cannot in good conscience give in to local pressure groups whose opinions on herbicides, while sincerely held, run contrary to the great weight of science. Science is real, and for that additional reason, I oppose Ordinance 1083. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other comments? Trustee Rogan?
Well, I certainly won't be as eloquent as as Mayor Pro Tem Browning there was. Is it proper for me to ask a question of Administrator Simonson at this point?
Certainly.
Yes.
So, Victoria, what actually is the clawback time period? I've heard different answers and I don't recall on the top of my head. Can you talk about that for a little bit?
Well, the clawback can occur at several different levels when they're doing, the big answer to that is the Office of the Inspector General has up to 10 years from the time they close the full disaster, the state's disaster of 4145, which hasn't even started yet. So I don't know where that information came that Ms. McDonald talked about. Now the project closed at a local level, but clawbacks haven't even started their time frame yet.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that we just don't know when we could hear, hey, you didn't do this right?
I agree with Director Cosgrove. If people want us to specifically look at the condition of the landscape, and if they can tell us this isn't of good enough quality and you need to pay to have it redone, I have never seen that in any grants. I don't know if Tracy Sanders is on the phone, our recovery manager, but I am not aware of that. And I would be uncomfortable saying that that's included in any of our grants.
Okay, thank you. So this is really a tough one for me personally. And I am right now in favor of Mr. Breckenridge's suggestion, if the parties are amenable, to work through a program that would be acceptable timeline-wise. So I am not 100% confident that all of the organic products on the current administration's FDA, USDA list are probably great. I just don't have a whole lot of trust in that. And so what I would like to see is all parties come to the table and define a timeline for going to products that are non-toxic, agreeing on those products, coming up with a timeline, coming up with a plan. I think referring this to a ballot could be a big mistake. And I think that it would behoove all parties to sit down at the table and work through something that's doable for the town. You know, I kind of feel like if Boulder can do it, if Durango can do it, gosh, we can do this. We just need to have the will and the energy.
Would anybody else wish to comment? Well, we've learned through a few elections and maybe even the last one in Lyons, that you never know what's going to happen. And I'm not convinced that this measure wouldn't pass. And therefore we would be obligated by the language of the ballot question. It's almost not even within my frame of mind to use synthetic products on my own property. And I understand that that's a personal view, but I take the health and safety of children and pregnant mothers and anybody who's using the parks personally in my heart. And so I may get outvoted 6-1, but it wouldn't be the first time. But I actually support this measure. If there's no further comments, I'll call for the vote. Clerk Vasquez. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Mayor Angelo?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Nay?
Trustee Rogan?
Nay.
Trustee Waugh?
Nay.
Trustee Miller?
Nay.
Trustee Lowell?
Nay.
And Trustee Carabas?
Nay.
It is defeated by a vote of 1-6. So I assume that most likely we'll go to an election, unless we can compromise.
May I ask a question, Mayor Angelo?
You may.
What is the process for getting all the parties to the table or attempting to do so?
You'd have to ask counselor in regard to that.
There's no legal restriction on the parties meeting at any time. If you know that if the town staff and the proponents wanted to meet tomorrow, they could do so. Of course, their current crisis would be a Zoom call, but you know, in order to withdraw the petition, it would have to it'd be some sort of settlement agreement between the town and the petitioners. I had to look what the form is. I've never done a withdrawal before, but it is feasible. It's been done before. But I don't know exactly the form, but it'd be some form of settlement agreement.
So perhaps Mr. Breckenridge, as a newly appointed commission member, would be willing to take that on.
And I would be willing to meet also. I think that that by voting yes, perhaps I could come up with a compromise that's acceptable to the Board of Trustees. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay. Moving on to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, good luck.
All right, item 1 is resolution 2020-76, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a First Amendment to the construction agreement for the roadway repairs flood recovery project with Asphalt Specialties Company Incorporated. Number 2 is resolution 2020-80, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the Fifth Amendment to the professional services agreement with NV5 Incorporated for construction management services for the Public Works buildings. Number 3 is resolution 2020-81, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the Seventh Amendment to the Disaster Recovery Services Agreement with OTAC Incorporated, formerly Loris and Associates Incorporated, for capital improvement and drainage design services on the 2nd Avenue Bridge project. Item 4 is resolution 2020-82, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the First Amendment to the professional services agreement with Anderson Consulting Engineers Incorporated for design construction oversight services for the St. Vrain Creek Recovery Project. Item 5 is resolution 2020-83, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the Sixth Amendment to the construction agreement with Walsh Construction Incorporated for Bone Park Phase 2. Item 6 is resolution 2020-84, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the Fourth Amendment to the professional services agreement with Edios Architects PC for capital improvement, public works buildings, architecture, and engineering services. Item 7 is resolution 2020-85, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the Second Amendment to the professional services agreement with Murray Smith Incorporated for potable water transmission line, pipeline relocation design services for the Apple Valley Waterline Relocation Project. Item 8 is resolution 2020-86, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the Fifth Amendment to the professional services agreement with JVA Incorporated for the design of sewer lines, lift station, and water distribution for the Eastern Corridor Utilities Development Project. Item 9 is resolution 2020-87, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the Second Amendment to the professional services agreement with RG and Associates LLC for construction management services for the Apple Valley Waterline Project. Item 10 is resolution 2020-89, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a Second Amendment to the construction agreement for the roadway repairs flood recovery project with Asphalt Specialties Company Incorporated. Item 11 is resolution 2020-90, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a modification to the easement agreement with the Dave Miller Ditch Company. Item 12 is the May accounts payable, and item 13 is the May 4th, 2020 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
Trustee Hall.
I'd like to request, Mayor Angelo, that we withdraw, I guess that's a proper term, resolution 2020-82, that would be item 4 for purposes of discussion and explanation.
Any other requests? Trustee Wah?
I just had a question. When we make a motion to approve the consent agenda, less pulling items out, is there still an opportunity for discussion before the vote?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to have just some discussion when we get to that.
Okay.
Did you want to pull an item?
No.
No, okay.
Anybody else? No other item? I'll call for a motion on the consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Call for the vote, Madam.
Discussion, Mayor, there was a request for discussion, I believe.
Oh, pardon me.
So, yeah, thank you. we have quite a number of items on here, and when I'm looking through these, and this is only my second meeting, but I do want to say that most of these items are extensions or increases in scope that almost always seem to have the wording somewhere in the staff report of due to the schedule, due to the tight timeline, due to the fact that we were late. It's a trend, and I'm just wondering, I know that schedules are tight and those types of things, but I would like to understand a little bit more, perhaps in the staff reports, why everything has to happen yesterday. Why there isn't a little bit more foresight, or maybe there's some discussion, and maybe it's just been a bad couple of weeks, but it seems like almost all of these we're either approving spending that has already occurred. We did not foresee something in the original bid that we are ending up having to pay for, or we're doing some other kind of work, which in a lot of cases is good. We're adding something while the roads are ripped up or whatever the case may be. But I'm seeing an awful lot of trends from really the last couple of years of watching meetings that we're always up against it. We're always up against the schedule. And I just like to, I don't know what the resolution to that is, but there literally are 10 things on here, and 9 of which are, if we read the staff reports, it's because we're up against some kind of ridiculously tight timeline. So I just wanted to get that on the record. And I'd like to have a little bit more insight in staff reports why when we go through these items, we're always up against it like this.
Would you like to address that, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I had another comment. I don't think I can answer that one.
Okay, I'll let Victoria answer that one after the Mayor Pro Tem's comment, because I'm sure you have an answer to that, Madam Administrator. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just a brief comment. I didn't pull an item. It was item 11 relating to the Dave Miller ditch. I didn't pull it because I got an email during the meeting from Planning Director Glasgow answering a question I had about that. And I wanted to just relay this to the board and what the situation is here. This relates to the old Apple Valley water treatment plant. The prior board approved a change in an easement that ran across that property. The Dave Miller Ditch Company was relocating its head gate. We moved the easement where it crossed less across the middle of the property that the town owns and more to the riverside of the property, which is the floodplain portion. And the question I had asked by email to Planning Director Glasgow was, the change in easement that was on the consent agenda tonight, would it add any kind of an easement burden to the front part of the property, the part by the road, because that's not in the floodplain and that's the more valuable part of the property? And my potential concern was, I was in a minority on this on the last board. We'll see how it turns out on this board, but kind of in furtherance of what Trustee Waugh said earlier, we do have too much property, and I have always listed this as Exhibit A for us having too much property, a deteriorating piece of property that's sat there, not unused, producing no revenue for 20 years. Someday, my opinion is we ought to sell this, and I wanted to be sure that we weren't creating a new easement on it that would inhibit its sale value. Mr. Glasgow has said, no, it doesn't. This easement actually assists the town in terms of the value of the property. It does not substantially or additionally encumber the non-floodplain portion of it. So for that reason, I didn't see a need to pull it, but I wanted to inform the board that we're not doing anything on this item that, as far as I can tell, will adversely affect the potential sale value of that property.
Thank you for the background, sir. Madam Administrator, would you like to address Trustee Waugh's concerns?
Sure, and I've also, Flood Recovery Manager Sanders is on here as well, since all of those amendments are regarding flood projects. The simple answer is that anytime we change from the original scope of work, we purposefully track it by an amended resolution, so that in the future, when the Office of the Inspector General shows up, we have a very, very clear path of first, second, third, fourth, fifth amendments and why that happened. Tracy, if you're online, do you want to give any further explanation on that? What we can do is we can commit to future items to give you a more staff explanation on that so that you do have a better understanding. Tracy, do you have anything more you want to add?
Yeah, I agree. We will definitely make more of an effort to add more explanation in our cover memos. But we are managing multiple multi-million-dollar projects with a very small staff. And we are on timelines that are driven by the funding sources that we have. And we do make every effort to try and be proactive in anticipating any items that we're going to run into during design or construction. But we can't foresee every need, change, request. But we do our best, and we will continue. I will talk with staff about trying to be more proactive. But a lot of these decisions aren't made lightly. We do have a lot of discussions with all parties and make group decisions about how to move forward with amendments and changes in scope. And so we'll just continue to do the best we can to be, and unfortunately we did run up against a bunch of contracts that needed time extensions with this board meeting, because we have a lot of projects we've been trying to wrap up for months and have been held up by various items. And so they all needed extensions just to wrap those projects up. But we will definitely make more of an effort to be more proactive and add more explanation in our cover memos.
Thank you, Mayor, if I may add to that.
You may.
To help Kenya understand some of that, when JJ decides we need pressure reducing valves that weren't budgeted, weren't planned for in Public Works, even though his trucks can handle most of the pressure, it delays the project in Public Works. We have to fill in those back drainage ponds behind the Public Works building. At the very beginning, we tried to save money thinking that they weren't very deep. We started boring. They were deep. When outside agencies decide to change rules on us, or we do some boring, something happens, our projects get delayed. I think there's some of the projects, I don't think they're on this one, funding sources change. It just changes our timelines. And so as the administrator said, we obviously document through these resolutions everything that's happened, that we're bouncing the time forward. So a lot of them that I can recall that we did in the last 4 years have been just kind of out of our control. We set a timeline, we're moving forward, we run up against something as we're digging holes, as we're pulling pipe. Somebody wants to change something. I mean, sometimes our own engineers ourselves, we made a mistake and we have to make an adjustment on the fly. It just adds to the contract, adds especially to the time. And that's where a lot of these do come from.
Trustee Watt.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to Administrator Simonson, as well as to Flood Director Tracy, that really, you know, I'm not trying to point blame. It seems like a resourcing issue, and when you keep doing this, when you keep having the same thing happen over and over and over again, I'm just wondering if there's some way that we can do that. So, like I said, I appreciate your efforts. I know you're managing a lot of projects. But, you know, just looking through these, the common thread was we had to do this because we were up against a deadline. And, you know, it just seems like every single, it's 3,000 here, 15,000 there, 80,000 there, and it adds up because we're always up against the gun. And, you know, I'm looking for a solution, not looking to point blame. And if we can, if it's a resourcing issue or something else, then, you know, I'd like us to try to think about that, because I think we back ourselves into a corner and that ends up costing us more.
I would actually say many of these could be caused by the fact that we looked for project managers, and we've had to go, you know, out of, you know, we have to advertise things that takes months. We have to get all these different estimates and bids that meet federal specs, and then if we send them in and they kick them back, it's things like that do the timeline. I think our lack has been in the project management area, really. And if in hindsight, had the state allowed us to just hire a project manager with each project instead of having one who's trying to balance all the park projects and one that's balancing all the infrastructure projects. You know, that would have been a whole different game. But in hindsight, that's one area where I think that systemically that we've had issues is consistency and knowledgeable project managers and contractors for federal grants. When we pick these contractors, they say, oh yes, we know how to do Davis-Bacon. And then we find out they don't have a clue and we have to rework it. We have to go to their shop, figure it out. It's a pain. But, you know, lots of lessons learned looking backwards. But in the meantime, as we're on this home stretch here, the next 6 months or so, we will definitely be sure that the memos are more clear for you.
I would just like to add a little bit more to that. I would agree with Administrator Simonson that project management would help, but still when you get into design or into construction, you always run into unanticipated challenges. And especially with the town, some of the documentation isn't there for what is in place infrastructure wise. So that does add some challenges. And I do understand that you're not trying to place blame, but I just want to point out we don't make these decisions lightly. And we are always looking at the budgets and the funding that we have available to cover these fees. So, you know, we're always, and we do negotiate when possible. So I just want you to make you aware that we do negotiate these fees where we can, and we do review that they are reasonable and necessary.
Well, good work to everyone. I just, like I said, I needed to point that out because I saw it. So I appreciate the information.
Okay. Any other comments? Moving on, the agenda.
I just need to call for the vote, Mayor.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
All right, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. General business, we amended number 1, so we're at number 2.
Right.
Is that
Right.
correct?
Yes.
Resolution 2088. Could you go ahead, Trustee Lowell?
Am I missing something here? Didn't I pull one from the agenda?
That's later. That's later on the agenda.
All right, again, rookie mistake. Thank you.
No, that's all right. That's all right. Hey, how many have I made? I'm rusty too. I'm rusty. You're new, but I'm rusty. So it's, could you read this, Clerk Vasquez?
Absolutely. Item 2 is Resolution 2020-88, an emergency resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, extending the emergency proclamation due to COVID-19.
Go ahead, Counselor.
So if it's okay, I'm gonna give the staff report on this one,
Okay.
given kind of the different circumstances in which this item is coming forward. So a while back, you may remember the Board of Trustees passed, I guess it was the previous board passed the proclamation of emergency declaration. There was a mayor's declaration. It was followed up by a couple different extensions and modifications via resolution. And that disaster proclamation as extended by the board expires tonight. And so we have moved the rest of the COVID items to a special meeting, either Wednesday or Thursday. However, the existing proclamation will expire if no action is taken on this proclamation to extend it. So I would request, so everything remains in effect, that we extend this at least a week. I think the draft says 8 weeks, but if we want to modify that to a week, that would give us time to have our special meeting and to make whatever modifications and further extensions the board would like to do. So That's my presentation.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to amend section 14 of the proclamation and strike the words 8 weeks and substitute the words 1 week to accomplish the result that the Attorney Dittman has just suggested. That would take it past our special meeting date.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to amend the resolution as stated. A call for
May I?
Discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it might be wise to extend it further than a week. Our special meeting, say, is on Thursday, then that really only gives us a couple days to put any policies in place and to have any discussion. I think particularly concerning the possibility of businesses reopening, they're going to need some time to get their ducks in a row once they hear what they need to do. So I think that if we extend it by, say, 3 weeks, we can always, I think, and I'm sure that the attorney will let me know if I'm incorrect, we can rescind that order and replace it with another one or amend it with whatever it is we decide at our special meeting. But I think that it would be wise to give ourselves some extra time.
I agree with that. I think we should at least let it go to the next regularly scheduled meeting in case we don't have the ability to change it at our special meeting or decide not to.
That's a friend. I interpret that as a friendly amendment, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, that's acceptable to me.
Okay.
So is it to the next meeting or for 3 weeks?
I would prefer a date certain, so I think 3 weeks would be preferable from my perspective.
Okay.
3 weeks.
The 8th.
Works for me.
8th of June.
I'll still second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll call?
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
and Trustee Carabas.
Aye.
The next item on the agenda. Would you read Resolution 2020-74, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Resolution 2020-74, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, modifying the agenda, order, and manner of business of meetings of the Town of Lyons Board of Trustees meetings and repealing Resolution 2016-48.
Okay. I do have one suggestion, and then we'll get into an in-depth discussion. Just as I didn't limit audience business tonight, and the only reason I didn't is because it involved an election. And some people were long-winded, to be perfectly honest with you, and that's the way it happens sometimes. Number 6 on section 1 states that trustee reports are limited to 5 minutes. I would like a time limit on trustee reports struck.
Mayor Angelo, is there a motion to pass this and then discussion? I think we need it to have a motion and then amendments. I think there's a couple different things, but if you'd like a report at this time or it's up to you how you exactly like to proceed. But I think before we start amending this, we probably need a motion.
Yeah, so let's, so we'll have a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second that.
Have a motion to approve in a second on a resolution 2020-74. Would you call for the vote, Madam Clerk?
Mayor,
Go ahead.
Furtherance of your suggestion,
Go ahead.
you have an amendment to offer?
I do.
Okay. Go ahead. I was going to do it if you wanted to.
Well, the amendment that I would offer is to strike number 6, and which limits a trustee's time to address the board. If a trustee's got a report and it takes a little longer, you know, I don't want the buzzer going off on a trustee. That's not something that I could feel comfortable with. And
I'll second that motion for an amendment.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on that amendment. Do we call for the vote, Madam Clerk?
Yep, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Robin.
Aye.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this resolution?
Mary Angela, if I may,
Yes.
when I was sent this resolution to review, I was not sure if section 2 accurately described the board's intention. And I just wanted to confirm with the board and not making my own changes, because, you know, this is your guys' order of business, that section 2 accurately reflects what the board intends to do, because that was not my understanding. But I didn't feel comfortable interpreting what your desire was as to how first reading should happen.
Let me ask you this, Counselor, and then you can say whether you think it defines it. In the past, what was done at first reading in the basically the essence of a workshop, only not a workshop, a first reading, was the capability to be able to change the language without going through the process of amending an ordinance and voting on every single amendment of the ordinance. What that will do will take us to second reading with basically the ordinance language finalized for all intents and purposes. It doesn't negate the capability of making a further amendment at second reading. But what it does is, because I've seen it happen time and time again, where there are many, many amendments made at second reading because first reading is passed automatically. So all I'm trying to do is get to a second reading with most of the language intact. And I have a little bit of a problem not being able to review final language at second reading. This isn't an offense to anybody, but language on amendment after amendment may be misconstrued, and we don't get to see that in final form, and we're voting on law. So the point of the matter is, it is very difficult for me, from my past experience, not to see the final language. And that if what you say, if section 2 conveys that, then I don't have a problem with it.
I do not believe section 2 currently conveys that. There's a little more background on this issue. So at the mayor's request, I did reach out to Carl Municipal League on this very issue, and they confirmed that this is not typical practice for municipalities. But with the caveat that, and this is, you know, kind of what I conveyed in the past, is that the restriction from doing substantive changes on first reading is not from state law, but it's usually from the charters of home rule municipalities have chosen to restrict themselves even further than the requirements of state law. And so the reason why it's not typical practice is mostly because it's prohibited by charter. and home rule municipalities. So you can do changes as a statutory municipality with no code restrictions on first reading. However, those code changes need to be done by a vote. They can't be done via consent, which is what I think was kind of being suggested. But for statutory municipalities, you can do this absent any code language which specifically restricts it. It's just not done for various reasons. However, it's not prohibited from doing so. The only alteration of what had been suggested is that I would request a vote on every amendment rather than being done via consent.
So you consider any change of language, even at first reading, an amendment?
Yes, because it's an action of the board, and any action of the board requires a vote. In a workshop, there's no official action being taken. So therefore, any changes can be made, and staff has kind of interpret what is being done. But because there's no vote, there's no action to move that on to a second reading. There's no requirement for a vote. There's no action being taken by the board. And to me, any sort of change to an ordinance on first reading or second reading or otherwise, if it's accompanied by an action of the board, it needs to have a vote on it.
So what you're saying is we could still finalize language at first reading, but it takes a vote.
Correct.
So we could still get to second reading with, for all intents and purposes, final language. That's my concern. My concern mainly is to, when you get to second readings and you're making amendment after amendment after amendment, which I've seen happen. I've seen second readings because the first reading was passed automatically. I'll give you a perfect example. When we discussed staggering terms, we passed it at first reading automatically. Nobody at second reading could even come up with the mathematical formula to be able to even do that. And so basically, at second reading, it was dismissed. I don't want that to happen. I want basically a very clean process going into second readings so that the public knows exactly the language that we are prepared to vote on. And I also don't like the capability of us being able to change language and not have the public make a comment in regard to amended language. I have a problem with that too. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yeah, we've Mary Angela and I have talked about this for a while, including dating back into the prior boards when it was done, as he said, everything at second reading. And there's a trade-off here that I think it's important for the board to understand. The problem with the way it's been done in the past is what Mary Angela describes, which is automatically passed on first reading, comes to second reading, you get a staff report, questions, and then public comments. And so what the public's commenting on is whatever was passed at first reading. And then after public comment ceases at a public hearing, then all of a sudden you can have half a dozen different substantive amendments that the board makes at second reading that can, in some circumstances, completely change the ordinance, make big changes to it, and the public never has a chance to comment on it. So the risk you have under the prior system or the existing system is you can deprive the public of the chance to comment on what's really being voted on. Now, if you go to the system that's being suggested and you make substantive changes and vote on amendments at first reading, it's true that the public gets a better picture at second reading when the public hearing happens, and they can see what the ordinance looks like more and see more of the substance of it. The risk you run by doing that, though, is the public may perceive that, oh, you've really made up your mind at first reading when you made up all those amendments, and we didn't even get to comment. There was no public hearing on first reading. So there's arguments to be made either way. We've done it the other way, and I've seen what Mayor Angela says happen, that public has made comments and then the ordinance gets changed materially and basically public never got to talk about the changes. But there is the risk of at first reading, making a bunch of substantive changes before you even have a public hearing. And that's where I think the language in the section 2 that Attorney Dittman pointed out does help to some extent, because what that really says is just because you pass something from first reading to second reading doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to pass on second reading. And you can vote in favor of amendments of the ordinance at first reading and then vote no on the whole thing at second reading, or you can offer different amendments. That language, I think, is meant to basically inform the public. Just because something was talked about substantively and amendments were made at first reading doesn't mean that the whole decision has been made. It's still open for discussion and public hearing and further amendment by the trustees at second reading. So that's my point, is there's a trade-off. There's good reasons to do it the way that's being suggested, and there are also good reasons to do it the second way. And it's just kind of, none of us have ever done it the new way of substantive changes at first reading. Maybe it'll work better, maybe it won't. I don't know, but it may be worth an experiment, maybe worth trying.
Any other comments?
Mr.
Trustee
Mayor.
Caravas.
Kind of adding on to both what you're saying, and Mayor Pro Tem Browning's scenario of, so we do it the current way, all the way it's drawn up now. A lot of the amendments in the first reading, we passed it by votes. Say it's 10-15 on some of those big annexation issues that could go on. Then the public gets to decipher everything we did, what we're looking at. But the possibility of what Pro Tem Browning indicated, the second reading comes up, we can do the same thing. We ourselves think things through. But Brandon, there's nothing stopping us as board members saying, okay, we made substantial changes again on second reading. I like to move to postpone the vote to a time certain so the public again can relook at everything we did. Staff can put something together with the packet, and the mayor can use his privilege to reopen a public hearing at that third meeting, correct?
That's correct, Trustee Caravas. You can always postpone to a date certain, and by approval of the board, reopen a public hearing.
Okay.
Administrator Simonson.
My understanding from our training from CML is that first reading is just to see if there's concurrence to even bring this issue forward by the board. Then on second, if you do make substantive changes, you call another meeting for the public to review the final product.
That has never been done. I have never, ever seen that done in the town of Lyons.
Oh, I have seen that.
You have?
Oh, yeah.
We did it during
I
the last
remember-
board at least twice.
Yeah,
we did it.
Yeah, we did
We
that.
did it.
Yeah. But again, the word is substantive. Even though there may have been a ton of amendments, they might have been small words that were changed versus the content of it. So if the content changes, you really should host it. You should publish the final for more public input.
Well, I agree with that, certainly.
Yeah, and you guys can do that. I mean, the only time you might not is during an emergency ordinance if time is of the essence.
Well.
But, and also, there was a time when I first got here that we did the substantive discussion on first reading under Michelle Cox for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine there was.
We've done it both ways.
No, I imagine there was. Well, whatever is the pleasure of the board.
Mayor, if I may, there is one bit of language in section 2 which is confusing to me, which is one of the reasons I wasn't comfortable making any changes to it. It's concerning, everything is couched in terms of an application. Present testimony and evidence regarding the application. Representation of the board, the support rejection denies the application of the proposed project. I mean, typically ordinances are not for projects; they're for changes in the code. And so I wasn't sure as to what the intent there was.
Should that just read on the proposed ordinance instead of the application?
I believe so, but I said I wasn't sure. I didn't, because this is your guys' order of business. I didn't feel comfortable making those changes. But I just wanted to confirm with the board that's what the intent.
Yeah. If that's the case, then I would move to change the words the application to read the proposed ordinance and move to amend that whereas. Would that fix the problem?
I believe so, so long as the board feels the intent of the rest of the section is correct.
Is that an amendment? Mark?
Yes, so I would move to amend that whereas at the end of the first sentence of it and strike the word application and substitute the words proposed ordinance.
I'll second that.
Do we have discussion now? That's in a couple of different places.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if I could, if the seconder would agree, I would change my motion to everywhere the word application appears in that, whereas to change it to proposed ordinance.
Okay.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas.
Aye.
Now we have to vote on the resolution as written, the amended resolution. I'll call for a motion.
You have a motion and second on the overall resolution.
You just need a vote, yep.
No, you just need a vote
Yeah.
with the amendments, yeah.
Madam Clerk?
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Number 4, under general business, discussion and direction to staff on the 2nd Avenue Bridge. Could we have a staff report? Trustee Lowell.
No, I'll wait for the staff report on that, but I have a couple of comments.
Okay. Yes. Madam
Start?
Administrator?
Flood recovery manager Tracy Sanders is on the phone for this one.
Okay. Flood recovery manager, could we have a staff report, please?
Yes. So I wanted to update the board on where we're at with the negotiations with 196 2nd Avenue. I wanted to start by revisit what the scope and the request is of the town. The town needs a temporary construction easement agreement to grade approximately 700 square feet of the riverfront portion of the private property down 1 to 2 feet. The residents will agree to the easement agreement with the town if they provide stairs from 2nd Avenue to their sidewalk in front of their house. And if we agree to a number within the easement agreement for them to allow them to replace and add landscaping on their private property and town right away. And they also are requesting a floodplain permit to do this landscaping. The property owner sent the town an estimate for landscaping totaling $66,400. Town staff followed up with a phone call on April 30th to review the landscape estimate with the property owner and to see if the scope or fee could be reduced. And at the time, the property owner was not really willing to reduce the scope. They were open to continuing to obtain other quotes to see if something would come in at a better price. However, they're not necessarily willing to take the lowest quote. They want to go with someone that they feel comfortable with doing that work on their property. The town staff had a second call with the homeowner on May 14th, which was Thursday. And in between that time, there were quite a few emails that went back and forth between myself and the homeowner, explaining a lot of the FEMA process and funding and those types of things. And so we did follow up with a call on Thursday, and the homeowner suggested that the town send them a proposal, what they feel it would be fair. So the town, so myself, Administrator Simonson, Mayor Pro Tem Browning, and Mayor Angelo and I met on Friday, and we did put together a proposal that was sent to the homeowner on Friday. So at this point, I feel like we have 3 options that we can go with. And just so that you understand, once we come to an agreement with the homeowner and we execute the easement agreement, we would basically cut them a check, and they would be able to utilize those funds as they see fit for landscaping on their property. So I did detail out basically what is being removed from our property and what the homeowner is requesting in place of that. So at a very high level, you know, we're removing 2 to 3 trees off of our property, off of town property, and there's some other shrubbery that's being removed, and the homeowner is requesting stairs and some landscaping equaling over $40,000. The homeowner also, on their property, they will be losing 2 to 3 4-inch trees and other vegetation, such as flowers and some low shrubbery. We will be grading down their property 1 to 2 feet. We did do some hydraulic modeling and did show that during high times of the river, the river would come up to the cobble wall that now exists on their property for a few weeks during high flow. But during the normal summer season, the stream will come in about 2 to 3 feet maybe onto their existing property. And then they do have 2 planters and a fire pit in that area. And so they listed items that they would like to replace those items that are lost, equaling over $41,000. So their total request is $81,900. So our options are, after talking with the state and understanding FEMA guidelines, this is where I feel like we are at as far as options. Currently, FEMA will potentially pay up to $10,000 for an easement agreement. They will review the easement to determine whether they feel like the amount is reasonable and necessary. So it's not a guarantee that they will pay the $10,000. So if the town plans on just setting aside the requested amount from the homeowner of $81,900, potentially we could get $10,000 of that covered by FEMA. Another option 2 would be to pursue condemnation with following the Uniform Relocation Act guidelines, federal guidelines. And essentially what this is you bring in an appraiser that will appraise the value of the impact to their property. And so then you would owe the homeowner the value of the impact that they would to their property. So in this case, FEMA would cover up to $30,000 of that cost. But when we go down this process, we would have to procure an appraiser, we would have to procure a counsel, and we would have to go to court. But the process is fairly quick. It's 30 to 60 days. And town council could probably expand on that if we have any questions on that. But in this case, then potentially we could get 30,000 of the agreement covered by FEMA. And then the final option is what was offered to the homeowner on Friday. So essentially there is an existing cobble wall on their property that is part of the FEMA scope of work. When we do the grading, it will lower that wall 1 to 2 feet. So FEMA will cover the cost of lowering the wall and replacing the material with either boulders, or I let the property owner know that we could price out the cost of redstone, which is what they prefer. But FEMA will go with the only cover what is the least cost alternative between the boulders and the redstone. But this work would have to be completed by the contractor because we have to competitively bid the contract work if it's going to be covered by FEMA. So that would eliminate over $13,000 of the homeowner's request. Then for the remaining offer, we are offering to still build the stairs at town cost, but it would be built by the bridge contractor because it's part of the retaining wall. We also agree that we would be willing to put in some boulders at the back half of their property that would create an eddy at their request, but those would be installed by the contractor. And then we would essentially give them a check, and there's an adjustment to the number on the memo that I drafted, but we would give them a check for $16,500 for them to utilize towards landscaping. So this does reduce the overall cost of the town from $80,000 to over $32,000. And again, we still may be able to get 10,000 of that covered by FEMA, and that would reduce the town portion to 22,000. But I also want to remind staff or the Board of Trustees that in addition to this landscaping request and stairs, 207 Second Avenue also would like the same set of stairs, which is another 15,000. 263 Second Avenue, they are losing access to their driveway, and so they have asked that we remove some small trees so that they can access their driveway from the alley. So I just estimated that at 2,000. The fire department has also requested a secondary emergency access into the alley on the east side. And this would require removal of probably about 5 to 6 trees and some road base. So I estimated that around 10,000. And the town is also requesting some additional trees be put in that are being removed off of our right of way. So all of these requests are not eligible through FEMA, and they would have to be covered with town funding. So ballpark number is about 116,000. Finally, I also want to remind the board that the overall bridge project for what is in scope with FEMA, we are at a shortfall right now. And right now we're about $300,000 over budget to complete the bridge. However, I am working with the state and FEMA to see if FEMA will obligate additional funds. And I do have a call with them Wednesday to get an update on that. I do want to mention that FEMA has worked very hard with the town in order to replace this bridge, and I believe they will work with us as much as possible, as much as they're allowed to allocate additional funds for this project. But they can't, there was a cost benefit analysis done on this project, and if they exceed the benefit of the cost of allocating those funds, they cannot give us any more money. So it's a very complex process. So I feel like these are the 3 options that we have, and so I would like some direction on how the board would like to move forward. But before I get direction, I do want to mention that we are at 100% design for the bridge. It's in review by the town. We are ready to start relocating some utilities into temporary locations and get the bid package ready to go and hopefully get started in July. But I really don't want to move forward and incurring any more costs until we have these easement agreements in place. So I have received the legal descriptions for the easements, and we can start drafting those up in the next week or two, but it all depends on whether we can come to an agreement with the homeowner at 192nd 2nd Avenue. Sorry, that was a bit long-winded. I welcome any questions.
Any questions from the Board of Trustees? Trustee Lowell.
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. You answered a lot of my questions. There was one that I'm having a tough time wrapping my head around. The idea that they want to place a large boulders in the river to create an eddy. I mean, we designed that. I sat in on the design for that section of the river. I mean, it's not just as easy as putting a big rock in there. Doesn't that require some sort of special permitting in order to do that?
Well, I already ran the request by the engineer, and they did model it, and they said it would not be an issue, it would not cause a rise. But by having that work done with the bridge contract, we will have an Army Corps permit and a floodplain permit, so that all will be included in the contract with whoever we select for the bridge construction.
Okay, and just one other question. You had mentioned that they had a floodplain permit. Is that to restore the sandbox and the raised gardens and things like that?
No, I'm not even sure that a floodplain permit will be required, but they will need to submit their plans to the town for landscaping. And if a floodplain permit's required, the town will issue that. They may need an encroachment permit to be able to landscape on their property. So they just want to have all the permits in place when we sign the easement agreement. So that means they have to get a landscaper on board, get plans to the town so that we can review for permits before we can even sign the easement agreement.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Tracy, I was having a little bit difficulty hearing you. I just want to make sure I understood your option number 3 correctly. I think I got it, but it would basically be the town pays for the stairs on the street side. The town will also redo the retaining wall. That's a cobble wall now, but it would be redone with either sandstone or the concrete block thing that you had a picture of in there, depending on which is the lower cost, and the town would pay for that. The town would do the eddy, the rock for the eddy, and then basically the town would give the homeowner essentially an allowance of $16,500 to do what the homeowner wanted to with landscaping.
Oh, close. Let me back up a little bit.
I might not have got it all right. Sorry.
Yeah. So the retaining wall that exists on their property would be covered by FEMA.
Okay.
And we would replace it with either boulders or redstone. It would not be those concrete blocks. The concrete blocks is for the retaining wall that is going along the town road.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
But that would be covered by FEMA. So the town would be covering the stairs, the boulders for the eddy, and they would be, yes, giving them an allowance of over $16,000 for landscaping.
Okay, thank you. Let me make sure I got that. See, that seems like a reasonable offer to me, and I think it's probably a record for any compensation to a homeowner in a flood project, is it?
Yes, it would be.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I would agree with
Trustee
Mark.
Logan.
Not a question so much as a comment. First of all, I'd like to thank the homeowner for sticking it out here and for the invitation to come and see the property. I was down across the river today looking at it, and I didn't want to trespass with my dogs. So So, but I got a chance to look at it, and it's really remarkable. I like the third option as well. I'm comfortable with that, and I also want us to consider the impacts that the property owner talked about at the last meeting that are not quite as quantifiable. And that is the loss of the trees in the front and the fact that headlights will be shining into the home. You know, in the corner where we live, we deal with that on a nightly basis, and it's really no small thing. So, so I think that the third option sounds fair, and if the homeowner is amenable, that's what I would support moving forward with.
Any other comments?
Yep, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Victoria and Tracy, on the projected shortfall, where are we projecting to get this shortfall from at this time?
So currently I've asked FEMA and the state to review the shortfall to see if they can allocate additional funding. But if they cannot, then I am asking the town to consider also earmarking this funding and they're in the town budget.
And for the new board members on our grant projects the last couple of years, and for Tracy and Victoria don't need to hear it again, a lot of projects tend to have cost overruns, and we've been paying a lot of money, $5,000 here, $20,000 here, quite a bit every year for the last 3 or 4 years. So that 310, a good chance it could be 315, 312, it could be 370, could be 400 by the time the bridge is done. No way to know. And with our current budget process, I'm just kind of curious, should FEMA and state now want to cover it, where are we going to get it from?
Valid point, and that's part of this difficult decision is how much, you know, of taxpayers' dollars that are in our general fund reserves do you want to spend toward this project potentially?
And what are our reserves right now?
Oh, I would have to look. Director Johnson dropped off about an hour ago. But anybody have that handy? I can look it up if not.
I thought last time she said there was about 900,000.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I was just thinking she didn't. It wasn't in tonight's report, so yeah, you have to look it up.
So Tracy, I want to ask you a question for my own edification. There was I forget what the distance is between the bridge and I forget what that was called, but the FEMA specs on that changed. Oh,
we had to meet a similar flood event, which was a 100-year flood event with 4 feet of freeboard.
that's right, freeboard. So this is the question I want to ask you, just so I have my head around this right. Is the firm that did the original plans that did not meet the FEMA specifications the same firm that we now are hiring for the bridge?
Yes, we retained the same firm and we just went back and forth with different iterations as we received feedback from FEMA. I don't think it was completely clear from FEMA what they were expecting. And so that's why it took a few iterations to get the approval. And
so there were 2 plans done and one plan did not meet current FEMA specifications. So did the plans change between the time that the same firm did the design the first time?
so initially the first design did have 1 pier instead of 3, and FEMA did reject that. So then they did revise that plan to be a free-span bridge, but FEMA still did not feel like it met the requirement of the 100-year floodplain plus freeboard. So they had to revise it again. So we did go through 3 different revisions of design.
And each one costs a lot of money.
Yeah, so that, on my estimate of shortfall, we have about $100,000 of ineligible costs because of those design iterations. But we have worked it out with BCC to cover that shortfall with the CDBG funding. So we do have that covered.
Okay. All right. Any further? Go ahead. Any
I
further
do want
comments?
to ask, if we do move forward with pursuing option 3, if the homeowner is not amicable to the offer, I guess, what are next steps on this? They are reviewing and they are considering, but I just don't know how much more time to spend on this and, what direction to go, because I hate to say it, but we do have a deadline to have this project completed, and we are up against some timeframes here that we need to try and meet. So.
When is your meeting with the state and FEMA about the shortfalls? Wednesday?
Yes.
I don't see why we'd be making a decision tonight without that information.
I agree.
If I may, I think we need some direction. If this offer is rejected, whether we should start pursuing the preliminary steps for condemnation. We will need to hire outside condemnation counsel. We will need to pass a resolution authorizing the condemnation. There is a process that has to be basically taken to spin up that process. Even if we don't actually intend to condemn in the end, there's still steps you need to take to kind of tool up that process.
I'll go with Trustee Wah. You were up first.
I don't have anything. I'm just listening.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So Brendan, on what you just said, so tonight we could give direction in terms of authorizing the staff to take the preliminary steps for a confirmation process, but we could reserve our decision for a later date whether to actually file a condemnation suit.
Correct. We can't file a condemnation suit until we've got a legal description of the property we are seeking to condemn and pass a resolution authorizing that condemnation. So that can't happen tonight. But in order to prepare for that step, we need direction that if negotiations fail, that staff is free to pursue, getting quotes for condemnation counsel and drafting a resolution authorizing the condemnation.
As a contingency, if the other things fall into place, if the meeting with FEMA and the state produces some potential resolution of the $300,000 shortfall, seems like to me it would be prudent from a time standpoint to go ahead and authorize the staff to take those preliminary steps. But then you would bring us back a resolution so we'd have a final vote up or down on whether to actually file a condemnation, right?
That's correct.
And the condemnation, to be clear, is not taking away any of this owner's property. It's merely for an construction easement. Is that right?
Temporary construction easement.
You can condemn any interest in property. It doesn't have to be taking the property, and it doesn't have to be the complete bundle of sticks, if you will. It can include just an easement. So that would be what the town would be condemning as an easement. And then basically what we would be reimbursing just and reasonable compensation for the taking of that property right, whatever that may be. And essentially the process would be a condemnation counsel would hire an appraiser approved by the state. The appraiser that's authorized to do condemnation appraisals will determine the value of the taken property. And then we have this, because it's a federal project subject to the Uniform Relocation Act, that appraisal would be sent to FEMA, and FEMA would have the final say on how much this property is worth. Because we're using federal funds, they'd have the final up and down vote on how much this property is actually worth. And at that point, we could not offer any more or less than whatever FEMA says it was worth. So.
Okay.
And we also have the option that the homeowner accepts our offer.
Right.
Correct. Yeah. Once just because you condemn the condemnation process isn't in negotiations. However, if we are going down that path, we will have a cap on how much we can offer according to FEMA. So.
Trustee Carabas, do you want to make a comment? You're unmuted.
Oh, I just never put mute back on after my last comment.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm just
Don't be
reading.
sorry. Well,
Do you want a formal motion, Brandon, or just
direction of staff?
my direction would be, I guess, we've made the homeowner the offer, so it's up to them to accept it or not. And I guess direction to staff would be to take the preliminary steps toward proceeding with condemnation, but withhold the final decision. But go ahead and start that process if necessary. We hope it's not necessary.
I would concur with that.
Trustee Wah.
Yeah, this one's really tough for me. You know, I think there's a lot of things going on, and I think this comes back to, you know, I'm not exactly sure how it happened, but it seems like the homeowner was blindsided by this about 8 weeks ago. So again, I think it's, I don't know how we can be planning this bridge for multiple years and the homeowner has no idea that this is going to have this kind of, any kind of impact, maybe not this exact impact. I understand what Mayor Pro Tem Browning is saying. I actually visited the property yesterday and met with the homeowner. While that land will not be taken from them by lowering it a foot, its current use and current application of that land will no longer be able to be maintained because it's either build the bridge a foot higher or dig that piece of property a foot lower, and that's what's going on. So, you know, I think it's very difficult. It's a very difficult solution, you know, thing for all of us. You know, I think I'm going to go with the recommendation of option 3, but again, this is a situation that I think we, you know, I need to talk with Tracy about this. Sorry, with Flood Manager Sanders about this, because I just don't see how the homeowner could be hit with something this significant against such a tight timeline when we've gone through 2 or 3 designs. Were they that significantly different?
Yes, I believe the prior designs did not impact that property before. And so it was a new development with this last design. But again, the design team with the consultant has completely changed. The town engineer that we had is no longer here. The project manager we had is no longer here. So a lot of the history of what happened and why that communication didn't happen is lost. I know that we did get final approval of July of 2019, and we began communications on various items with the homeowners in August of 2019. But a lot of us had to come up to speed on what the scope of the project was and the impacts. And as soon as we have, or did discover those, we started immediate communications. And I feel that we've been very diligent in answering all their questions and trying to give them as much information that they need and that they've been asking for. And it is unfortunate how the communication has gone, and I can't explain why. But I do believe in prior iterations, there wasn't the impact. I think it was new. But I don't know if town staff also thought, oh, you know, FEMA may not even approve this, so why? I don't know why. You know, maybe they were thinking, maybe why go down that road until we know? But then by the time we got the approval, we had all different players in place. So we do apologize for that, and that it really is up to the town if they want to move forward on this or not. I mean, either way, we will either get a replaced bridge or we will get a repaired bridge.
Any other comments? Well, I still hold out hope that we can come up with an agreement with the homeowners. That's my hope. If we need to proceed legally, that's not my first option ever. But we'll see. I've reiterated that position to the homeowner, and hopefully she'll reconsider. I think that option 3 in our current position is probably the best that we can do. You know, I mean, in light of the cost overruns and the same firm making a, you know, basically having to do another plan that costs another $60,000. You know, I mean, I'm looking at the facts of this project, and it just amazes me. It just amazes me. So, like I said, I hope we can come up with a solution, and I hope that the homeowner realizes that this is probably the best we can do. That's my position.
I do want to point out that some of the cost overruns of the bridge project is due to some of the delays from FEMA. Because since then there was a Senate bill passed stating we had to do sub-utility exploration, which is cost us an extra $40,000. And that wasn't in place when we started doing design. Also, the bridge girders standards have changed since then, which added costs. So just to kind of put a little bit of perspective why some of these costs have increased on the bridge, it's just, we started the negotiations over 3 years ago with FEMA, not negotiations, but like design iterations. And in that time, costs have increased. But we will make every effort to reduce costs where we can. I've asked the engineer to look at value engineering opportunities. And we will also, of course, work with FEMA to allocate additional funds to this project.
That's good.
Yeah, but I do appreciate the direction. This does help in knowing how to move forward with this project. And I will, at the next board meeting, have an update as to where we are on the project.
Thank you. Discussion and direction to staff on the outdoor games Adventure Fit contract.
So I think I'll start on this one, but Kim, you're welcome to chime in whenever you'd like to. I had intended to send out a memo today, but things just we're pretty much packed from, you know, morning to up until this meeting. But I'm kind of summarized. You'd asked me to analyze the existing contract and some of the issues concerning termination, really what the town's options were. And so I did do that, and Kim and I did have a meeting with Oscar Blues last week to also discuss their contract and their thoughts on the event moving forward. And I just kind of want to run through with you quickly the contract and what the termination options are. And so I don't know if you guys have looked at the contract recently, but essentially section 4 of the contract is the relevant section concerning termination. And uniquely, this contract does not have a termination for convenience section at all, but it does have basically 3 separate termination provisions. One being the availability of park space, 2 being termination for non-performance, and then 3 being the termination for cause. And I guess you could consider, you know, 4th, the force majeure clause later in the contract. But I really want to focus your attention on the availability of park space provision. And what this says is that the parties basically anticipate that the event will be held at Bone Park, and we will know whether we'll be able to hold it in Bone Park by April 15th, 2020. If we do not or cannot determine the availability of Bone Park by April 15th, then we will work in consultation with the other parties to reschedule the event. And if we cannot hold the event by the end of September 2020, then essentially the event is canceled. And at that point, the town will be relieved from all payment obligations. Adventure Fit will submit to the town a final accounting and final invoice of all charges. for all outstanding services and reimbursable expenses. And upon basically that final invoice, we'll pay what actual work has been incurred, but nothing more. And so the thought is that Bone Park, as of right now, is not available to hold this event. It is unlikely that by September 30th, 2020, that Bone Park or any other park in town will be available to hold an event of this size. Even if the current restrictions of 10 people are lifted, it is unlikely that thousands of people will be allowed to gather in one place. More the tens of people tops, not thousands. And so really there's an impossibility of availability of park space by April 30th, 2020. And so I think what town staff would like to do is to go back to Adventure Fit, review this provision of the contract, stress that it's unlikely that park space will be available by basically the end of September, and that the town would like to terminate this contract and pursuant to that provision, leaving open the possibility for rescheduling. We've talked with Oscar Blues about this. They're pretty much in agreement. They have a slightly different contract, but essentially if the town's contract is unable to be fulfilled, theirs is as well, and vice versa. And so we think we kind of have a unified front on this. And so that's kind of the direction we'd like to go. You'd asked me to look specifically at the force majeure clause, and the force majeure clause does contain a provision relating to the pandemic and the unavailability to perform. However, that is not triggered yet. We won't know if that will be triggered yet, and basically up until the event or close there too. But we can control the availability of park space, and I think we can be fairly certain that by the end of September that the park space will be available. So that's kind of my presentation on this, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions. The other termination sections, including non-performance and cause, don't really apply in this section, just because there hasn't been any non-performance to date, and none of the for cause sections have kind of been activated at this point. So we really are just looking at the availability of park space section, and then if we get closer and this contract is still in place, it'd be the force majeure clause. But that's really kind of the parameters under which this contract can be altered or terminated.
Where in Bone Park was this event held in the past?
Hi, Mayor Angelo and board, it's Kim. For 2018 and 2019, it was held in the dog park.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
And the dog park is still available, isn't it?
Correct.
So I don't know about that. I don't know about that availability of a parkland argument.
Yeah. I think the challenge will be parking. Just is another, in terms of. Originally we were planning to use the dog park for parking and Bone Park for events. And then it switched when Bone Park had the stop order and we moved to the dog park. We were able to use parking at the wastewater treatment plant and parts of Bone that weren't finished yet. Then the plan, was to use Bone this year, but that's getting delayed. And so if we did have it in the dog park, our challenge too is where to park everybody, with 2nd Avenue Bridge possibly being under construction, wastewater treatment plant being the staging area. But I think related to that too is, Mayor Angelo, you had asked staff to reach out about postponing.
Yes.
And so I did. I called Adventure Fit. And at the time, this was, I think the last meeting was on May 4th. And so I talked to them on May 6th. And they weren't quite ready to postpone yet. And so then last week reached out to both Adventure Fit and Oscars. And then I think that our discussion, and Oscar's is feeling this way too, is back in March when we first all kind of looked at a delay, September seemed reasonable back on March 15th or 18th, but every day we are longer in COVID and seeing that we just don't have clarity. I think Oscars feels like it's riskier. I think we do. And so we are both in agreement, meaning the town and Oscars. And so part of our discussion too, and correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Dittman, but is to get on another call this week and just reiterate that, because Oscars really is planning to make a decision for their North Carolina event on May 29th. And then, the last email I got from Adventure Fit is that, there had not been any money spent and I did talk about it. Nothing had been booked for the band yet, because bands also, I think, are kind of not traveling and curious about what's happening. But both of our concerns truly are about the amount of sales, or that it may not happen and people may not come. And so it feels riskier every day to try to pull off an event of this size and scope. And you heard Craig speak to all earlier that he has called his two festivals.
And just to follow up on that, I think that's completely the plan for that we discussed with Oscar Blues is exactly what Kim said, another call with Adventure Fit to discuss kind of our concerns. But I want to go back to one thing earlier about the availability of space in the dog park. The availability is not based on the spatial availability of the space. It's whether you can hold an event, whether there's any park space in town available pursuant to public health orders that will be in effect in September to hold this event. And I think it's unlikely that events of thousands of people will be permissible either under state, county, or local public health orders. And I think the board would probably agree with me that I don't think the town of Lyons will have any space available in September to have an event that can hold thousands of people, just pursuant to the public health concerns that are likely to persist into the fall. That's my perspective legally speaking, but of course it's your policy, and I think the cancellation of the other town festivals kind of further reinforces that there just won't be a space available you can have as pursuant to the public health orders.
Well, pursuant to the public health orders is one thing. Basically saying that we don't have the capability to do the event in the dog park or the parking when there's a lot of parking available in Bone Park is another issue. I agree 100% that it would be insane to have an event of this magnitude in our current pandemic situation. I agree with that 100%. I think that's enough to be able to not have the event.
Yeah,
that's always been my position.
I think under the way to do that under the contract is the availability of space provision, though, because the space is not why it's physically available. It's not legally available for use pursuant to the public health orders, and so that's it's kind of a quicker way to get to the force majeure clause.
I understand. Mayor Pro Tem Browning, did you want to speak?
The parking that Kim pointed out too is important. I mean, even now the Parks Commission is thinking about maybe taking a step to potentially make half the parking spaces available. And you can't have an event like this with parking in every other space. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's right. So no money has been spent so far regarding the contract, Kim?
So what has been spent so far is, per the original contract, we had a $12,500 payment in January, and we paid that, and that check was deposited and cashed. But I honestly feel like, when we have this phone call again with Oscars, the town, and Adventure Fit, and when we talked on the phone, when I just talked with Josh from Adventure Fit on the phone back on May 6th, he really had not spent any money on production expenses, rental equipment, any of that. And so to Attorney Dittman's point, if we don't have the event in 2020, and this is the part where I'll just have to get square with the attorney on, the way I understand it is Josh lets us know how much he has spent, probably mostly in time, I'm guessing, and if any other expenses he may have had. Oscars has already committed and paid quite a large sum. So, but we do feel like it's in the interest of the town and Oscars to work on a solution that is solid for all three of us.
And just addressing that point, if under the contract, if it is terminated or the procedure is basically the town gets a final accounting and invoicing of all services and reimbursable expenses, and then essentially we pay for what has been invoiced, what has been spent, and we get the rest of it back. So that's the way the contract reads. So if whatever's been spent is what the town owes, and then everything else would be returned to the town. Or we could work out another deal potentially where it's, this event's pushed to 2021 and it's a down payment for that event. So.
Okay. Well, see what you can come up with would be my direction.
I sure will.
Anybody else have anything to say?
I'll just agree. I think it's the most equitable to all parties involved.
What did you say, Trustee Waugh?
I think this approach is the most equitable to everyone involved.
Okay, I do too. All right. Discussion and direction to staff on the wastewater treatment facility report format.
Hello, Mayor and trustees. This is
Yes,
the
sir.
Director of Utilities, Aaron. And so I had presented the request to have a wastewater treatment facility report given once a month. And some of the items that were discussed or put together that could be in that report were presented to you. And so this was really just a time to see what all of you wanted. If there were any other thoughts or things that came to mind that you might want to have information on in this report. We can modify it going forward, but this was a starting point and something to work with. If you want, I can read through it, or if all of you have read through it, it's really, again, just a time if anyone had some other things that were high priorities to them with regards to the wastewater treatment facility. One thought I had that might be a good starting point was to just present and go over the rate increases we've already had in respect to what the expectations were. I have always liked to point out that the first two rate increases were basically to be expected, that the town had planned on $180,000 more being paid by the ratepayers each year. And it's the additional amounts after that that we're really trying to understand why was the cost so much more than that initial plan. And so that could be one part of my first report. I actually already have it prepared. So if you are interested to go over the rate increases we've had, and then a breakdown of the expectations with the new plant, the savings versus the debt. And that's, leave it open for you to comment on any desires you have in the report.
I'd like the monthly costs incurred paying Ramey, not only their report or daily activities, but how much that costs us every month. And then I'd like to ask you a question in regard to rate increases. when we implement rate increases now, do we implement them on the base rate?
We've done both in the last choice. The first one we did do the base rate years ago. It can depend on whether we want to try to increase things based on fixed costs or based on variable costs. Although there are some other considerations with regard to that. With waste, maybe not so much, but with water and electricity, if you just increase the base fees even to match your fixed costs, you start to discourage reduction and savings. Right? If you increase your cost of electricity, you increase the reason for someone not to use that electricity or not to use the water. So there's some balancing there. But we will look at both.
Because to me, to increase a base rate, and I understand the justifications for it, but to increase a base rate is somewhat regressive in that when you have people on fixed incomes, it impacts them more, you know, because it doesn't have anything to do basically with their usage. It has to do with the privilege of having the service. And I understand that it has to be distributed evenly among the population, but I'm just wondering if any of those considerations were ever taken into account in regard to raising base rates.
Yes, very much, that the effect it has, and not just with wastewater, but with any of the rate increases I've been involved with. The UEB has discussed the fact of who it impacts and that it does get there. And I don't have the percentage, but it is probably 75 or 80% of the recent rate increases since the new plant have been on the usage and not the base. Maybe 20%. And that was because the first increase was really done before the first year. Maybe it was after the first year, but we were looking at the fact that we increased our debt by 300,000, and the debt is a fixed cost. As soon as that was done, though, and we started to see other costs, we started really looking at usage.
Okay. Any other questions for Aaron? Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
A quick comment on the material in the packet in terms of what would be reported on each month and what would be put on the website is this was what we had, what I had in mind, and what several of us talked about during the election campaign is doing something similar to what we do for the finance report and the flood recovery report, because the wastewater treatment plant is important in several respects. Obviously, in recent years, it's been the source of a lot of additional costs and concerns and led to some additional rate increase, although a lot of that was expected anyway, as Director Kaplan said. But the secondary aspects of this is not just the expenses for the plant itself, which are significant, but also the effect it has on the Eastern Corridor development, that we can't really do anything out there until we get the plant re-permitted and get CDPHE approval to do things out there. So this has ramifications beyond the plant itself. And so the idea was, let's keep up to date monthly with what's going on out there. That we made progress with CDPHE, or we haven't heard from CDPHE in 6 months or whatever. But let's stay on top of this. And the best way to do it, I think, is the monthly report to the board. And it's not that we have to have Director Kaplan go through every item with us verbally every month. If you can put it in the packet, then we can review it in advance and hit the highlights and let us ask any questions we may have. It's just, let's keep us and at the same time the public up to speed on this, because it has such great importance for the town's future. We can't really do anything in the Eastern Corridor till we solve this problem. So let's keep a close eye on it. That was the theory.
Any other comments? Thank you, sir.
You are welcome.
Consideration of the TIP Sub-Regional Forum funds to complete $1.4 million trail extension. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Angelo. I'll start with, we applied for 2 DRCOG grants in 2019 and were awarded neither, but we were placed on a waiting list for both. That waiting list was meant for funds as they were either reallocated or revenues came in from the last TIP cycle that were unused, or there was additional funding that was available from DRCOG. There will be, so we were alerted in the beginning of May that DRCOG would have a return of funds or funds available for the Boulder Sub-Regional Forum. The Boulder Sub-Regional Forum kind of identifies, that's just all the municipalities and Boulder County. Together they make up this new process by which funds are allocated. DRCOG started a new process this year to have local regions determine how funds were allocated. So we are alerted that the DRCOG would reallocate or give money back in the order of $1,019,059. And so it would be offered to projects on the waiting list by order. We are number 2 and 3 on the waiting list, and Boulder County is number 1. Boulder County's project at number 1 is potentially $250,000. Boulder County, had supported our TIP grant and wrote a letter of support for it, and they are trying to consider whether they should accept the $250,000 for that for their project, or whether we would want the full $1,019,059 for one of our projects. That funding amount would not be the funding amount we needed for either one of our grants. So in order to, it's $29,313 short of the local match of the DRCOG request that was for the St. Vrain Trail extension. I'll take a step back briefly here. We had 2 grants, one for the area between 5th and McConnell, including the area on Broadway, that would improve parking there. It would create a trail there. It would also create a trail all the way down to McConnell, improving that trail at various locations and supplementing it where it doesn't exist. So bringing that trail from McConnell all the way up through to 5th Street. That project was closer to, I think, $2 million, 1.8.
It's 1. Almost 2 million, 1966.
1966, thank you. And so that project, the amount of funding that is coming back in right now would not even come close to the ask we had from DRCOG. So in order to use that money, we still need to understand what the sub-regional process will be, whether we can wait for the reallocation or the return of additional funds, whether we have to make a decision on this now. Dr. Cog and the subregion didn't give that answer yet. And so we have to go back to them and understand that process a little more and contribute to what we think that process should be. There's a meeting on on May 27th for the policy forum, which they'll be, I think, talking a little bit about that process. But today, Boulder County has asked us whether we think we would like to accept the funding or indicate that we are, thinking of accepting that with the potential local impact of $152,068 that we had as a local match, with a revenue shortfall from Dr. Cog at $29,313. So we don't know where that revenue shortfall amount would come from. So they are debating whether they should go after the 250,000 and would like some feedback from that from us. And then we'll have to work with the sub-regional forum, including the policy forum, to come up with answers to the rest of, can we accept this now? And I mean, my understanding is we do not have even our local match secured. We just indicated that we would secure it if we receive this grant. We have in the grant application, we spread out the work over 3 years. So we may want to look at if we could really concentrate that into a year towards the end of the grant cycle. The grant cycle for the TIP funds is between 2020 and 2023. So all monies have to be spent and the project has to be done by 2023, the end of the fiscal year, or the end of the year, sorry. So today, again, I'm looking for some feedback for Boulder County as to whether the trustees think, whether the board thinks that we should request this money in total or in part, so Boulder County can make a decision on their 250,000. With that, I think I'll open it up to questions.
Any questions? Yes. Mayor
Well,
Pro Tem.
are we any closer to having a reasonable agreement with Highland Ditch that would make this thing possible than we were before, when we lost $85,000 because we ran into a roadblock with Highland Ditch?
No, we haven't gotten anywhere further with them. We did build in legal fees into the budget in order to resolve that issue.
Well, it's not the legal fees. Well, I mean, Highland Ditch last time, didn't Highland Ditch ask for $150,000 of improvements or something?
They asked for a substantial amount of improvement. Yes.
Trustee Brown.
We've also asked Boulder County to see if they have any things that the Highland Ditch may need, and they're looking into that as well. So no, we haven't, as far as I know, but I think Attorney Dittman was going to say a little bit more.
Or Administrator Simonson, did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I guess I would have added that a little different. I think some of the progress we've made with Highland is the fact that we did complete this current project with them successfully, going under the ditch with our sewer line, so we had a really good successful win on both our parts this year. We do also have both Boulder County and CDOT behind this project. And I think if we bring them to our table with negotiations, that could have a little impact, as well as the St. Vrain Corridor Trail goes to eventually to Longmont. And Longmont is one of the major shareholders for Highland. And so I think if we just approach this a little differently, it's very possible. I guess the biggest question is if we have until 2023 to come up with this, do we really think in the next 2 years, will things turn around enough that it's worth $152,000 to get our trail out to 3666? And is that enough of a draw for people riding in from Boulder and Longmont areas to come into Lyons or not? And if not, I think, Paul, you need this answer tomorrow for your meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, they want guidance tomorrow. Do we think we want to use this money, or do we want it to go to project number 4? Because above the St. Vrain Corridor project, as Paul said, was the Broadway improvements, which I think we'd all love to see Broadway become a second Main Street. But this is just too far away from that for our match. We'd have to come up with over 300,000 for that.
Well, and we don't know whether we can say, yes, we want this money and wait for the return of other tip money and then select the project. But I think the Broadway project will take substantially longer than a year. We don't have it designed. We don't have it, and you know, it has a lot of moving parts that, you know, the Highland Ditch is already almost 100%.
It's designed, yeah.
Designed.
Paul, can we use our contribution to date as part of our matching funds, or does it have to be cash match?
Yeah, I think I don't think you can. That's one of the questions we have to ask the forum, but typically it has to be within that that 2020-2023 timeframe, and it has to be after a grant award. And so we haven't been awarded the grant, and we did that work outside of that timeline.
Counselor, did you have something to add earlier?
I guess I kind of echo Mr. Simons' remarks. I think we'd be in a better position to negotiate with Highland this time around, based on what I've been told. So
there are also 2 other ditch companies we'd have to cross, right?
Yeah, but we've successfully did this project with them as well, the sewer line.
We successfully did this.
You got to cross 3 ditches.
Correct, we did. We went across all 3 ditches, and the other 2 ditches were very reasonable and coming to agreements.
I think the other thing we have to remember, if we really want affordable housing on the Eastern Corridor, we have to have a mode of, you know, either a way to walk or bike or golf cart safely to town that the county sees as connected, and CHAFA, the Housing Finance Authority, sees as connected to Lyons.
Yep. And for employees that live in town that would work on the Eastern Corridor, or, you know, to really connect this and would be a real boon.
To me, it's pretty simple. We're hundreds of thousands of dollars short in funding the 4th Avenue pedestrian bridge and potentially the 2nd Avenue bridge. And as desirable as this trail is, until we get those problems solved, $152,000 local match with the budget crisis we're going into, it's way, not even feasible. As much as I'd like to see that trail done, it's not a priority use of our money compared to those other projects. And we haven't figured out how to fund those yet. So to me, it's a non-starter at this time.
I agree.
Agreed.
Okay.
In addition to that, what guarantee do we have, as staff mentioned to us earlier yesterday evening, that with the state funding issue, okay, we got the JCB or whoever the money was short from, they're going to pull back from us, but they said, well, fine, get your projects done, but next year's fiscal budget. Well, if next year's fiscal budget is really bad for Colorado, what guarantee says, are we to have that anchor take this tip money anyway?
Mhm.
And use
Yeah.
it to fund other necessities that aren't, a trail.
It's just I just want you to understand all the factors here, that this is in our master plan for our parks, open space, and trails, just so you know that. It is already an identified goal.
And that's fine, but a master plan is just that, a plan. And all good plans
No,
are laid to waste
I'm not,
at some point in time. Okay.
you guys can decide how you want. I just want to make sure the board understands this is in our priority goals, and that if we pass up tip money, it will not be available to us again for another 4 years.
Yeah, but the problem is the matter of prioritization. And to be perfectly honest with you, when somebody tells me that we have an $850,000 reserve and we got to spend $300,000 on the Second Avenue Bridge, I'm not in a position to okay a trail to 36 for another $152,000. It's a matter of prioritizing. That's all. I mean, we've been working on that trail system for Lamont. Do you know how long? Do you know how long? Since I was on the board of trustees last time. That's over 20 years ago. This isn't going to go away. There'll be other opportunities, but it is a matter of prioritizing. Absolutely.
So I think it would be a question as to whether we have to secure those funds and whether we need to make a decision, when we need to make a decision. We don't know those things yet. But Boulder County wants to know if we have a desire to have those funds. If we do, then we can work out those other issues about when we have to secure those funds and when we have to make a decision on these funds. I think everybody understands that we're in a pandemic and all budgets are up in the air. And so maybe there's some flexibility with the policy forum on making a decision with regard to when we have to say we have those funds secured and when we accept these funds. So perhaps the answer to Boulder County is we don't know yet until after the policy forum discussion, because we want to have some flexibility with our approach to this. Based on our funding, based on our outlook, our funding outlook at this point. And then we could potentially delay a decision until after that forum, which is next Wednesday, and come back to this. But they asked for some feedback. If I could give them at least some feedback that we don't know yet until we understand when we have to accept this, that would be a level of feedback that they may be able to delay their decision until after that forum too.
One more comment?
Madam Administrator.
Another comment. Two things. If we don't have to even pursue this till 2023 potentially, I do want to recall that although the general fund is potentially, in line for issues, Park and Rec Fund and reserves is the healthiest it's ever been in the history of this town, as well as Conservation Trust, which is meant for one-time expenses. We could also apply to GOCO. We have not been out for a grant from GOCO for years, and ask them, would you be the matching dollars to this? If we can get over $1 million trail for 150,000, 15% of its cost, I just don't think it's a good long-range vision to say no to this quite yet without looking. I know it's a short notice, but I'd like to just look. I mean, if we could even do half and half, GOCO match, we were told by Spirit Hounds and those businesses out there that this was critical to their business.
We've also heard that Boulder County will potentially support us beyond, I don't know whether they would support the local funding, but they've indicated that there's a lot of support for a trail like this from Boulder County.
Trustee Wah.
I think there's no doubt that this is a good idea and a strategic thing. We don't have the money.
Yep.
We do not have the money. I was on a call for the town in Maine where I go all summer. I was on a town board meeting and they say it the best in Maine. We all got to do our part, and this is a part that we can't do. So everybody on the board understands the ramifications of it. My personal feeling is we can't afford it. It's 12:30 at night. Next.
How about your park and rec liaison?
I agree.
That's now Mark. It was Greg. I'm sorry, it was Greg.
We can't afford it. Let's move on.
Well, I would just say one thing. You're entitled, Madam Administrator, to pursue COCO or any other funding options. And Paul, tell them we're not ready to make a decision yet. And if any of those other funding possibilities come through, we can reconsider. Are we ready to move on? Items removed from the consent agenda. Trustee Lowell.
Yeah, I'm going to make this short and sweet here. I've received some additional information from Tracy Sanders and Phil Strom on this. When I first saw it, I was a little alarmed. I've been involved with this bank remediation project as the ecology board liaison to it for, well, since it started. What's interesting about this consent agenda item is that, unlike Trustee Wah's point, that many of these consent agenda items are based on overruns and schedules, additional costs. This one is seems to be basically the fault of one person, and that person is Keith Bell. Early on, they got permission from Mr. Bell to both access the site and to put storage of materials on his property. At some point in the proceedings, he said, no, you can't. So this, Tracy and Phil, acting responsibly, immediately went to Anderson and said, how else can we get down to this difficult to access project? So they contracted Anderson to come up with a solution. At some point in the proceedings, I guess Mr. Bell changed his mind. So he just cost us, well, I'll squeeze a nickel till the buffalo screams. It's really not town money, it's grant money, but it's still money nonetheless. He basically cost us another $3,000. So my point is, if we're going to have any further dealings with Mr. Bell, I think we need to be foursquare about the commitments that he makes to us. That's all I have to say. Tracy, I don't need any further explanation of this. Phil did a good job synopsizing it. So I'm just going to put forth the motion here. I move to approve Resolution 2020-82, a resolution approving the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Anderson Consulting Engineers Incorporated for design services for the St. Vrain Creek Recovery Project.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Have a motion and a second for approval. Madam Clerk, could you take the roll call, please?
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Wah,
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Miller.
She
She may have left the meeting.
excused herself.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas.
Aye.
Discussion of future agenda items. Trustee Rogan.
As I mentioned previously, I would really like to have Yanni come and do a presentation.
Okay, we'll get that on the agenda for the next meeting. Anybody else? Summary of action items, Madam Clerk.
All right, Brandon and Victoria, catch me if I've missed anything. I've got, we need to follow up on the offer for the lot at 446 Main. Follow up with the county on the status of the proposed gun range. Need to get a hold of the proclamation for Pride Week from Trustee Miller. Yanni Jones to present on historic designation. A code adjustment for lot line setbacks for Board of Adjustment consideration. The board would like to see total JVA costs for permitting for the wastewater treatment facility permitting. And the other one is an updated accounts receivable report on outstanding utility bills. A flood updates on several recovery date extension contracts. That was a request by Trustee Waugh to better understand why there seems to be so many on the consent agenda. An update on the Second Avenue Bridge negotiations, the status of the outdoor games after the meeting next week, and Director Kaplan to provide the monthly wastewater treatment facility reports similar to the monthly flood and finance reports with monthly RAMI costs built in.
I have a couple more.
County Administrator Simonson.
I have pursue the stop sign at Raymond and McConnell. And prepare a proclamation for Pride Week. You want to do
that one?
Oh, you did. Okay. There was one other one. Oh, and then starting to work on these code revisions for setbacks in Old Town.
Got that one too.
Yeah.
Okay, we just worded them differently. Okay.
And then in addition, on the code and the code revision, kind of the same page, we're going to bring the civil code enforcement updates on first reading and workshop again for the next meeting. And also the code updates for the, and we didn't discuss this during this meeting, but the code updates for the development plan agreement process for the Board of Trustees and for the PCDC. So.
Is that it?
I think so.
I'll certainly entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
I think I'll vote aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Miller, Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
and Trustee Carabas.
Well, now that I got my second win, but I will say aye.
Meeting is adjourned.
Good night, everybody.
Sorry it took so long, you guys.
All right.